But yeah, we're here for Raw. We're here for NXT. As we said, SmackDown, not looking great, but we are here for Money in the Bank. And yeah, not loads tonight. I mean, it is a go home. So tonight's show looks so-so, to be honest. I always like to be honest with how things are looking. I don't think tonight's Raw is going to be a classic. I think it's just going to put the final touches to things. We might get some interesting developments. There might be some twists and turns. I've got the card, what's been announced in front of me, and it's not much, to be honest. There ain't loads there. We've got Dominik Mysterio is going to talk about his opponent, Money in the Bank opponent, Cody. We've got Seth talking about his injury situation. You might remember he got attacked last week. And then on NXT, when he was doing his match against Bron Breakker, he got attacked again by Finn Balor. So he's going to talk about the situation. Obviously, he's fine. Obviously, there's no problems. Obviously, he's going to still have his match. But that's the segment we've got planned for Seth. There's going to be a Women's Money in the Bank Summit where we're going to get all the participants in the ring. You know when they tend to shove them up ladders? I'm guessing it's going to be one of them type things. Hopefully there won't be up ladders. I always feel that looks a little bit silly. But that's the kind of thing we're going to do. We're going to put all the women in the ring that's involved in that match and, just let chaos ensue. And then the only other thing that I've seen is Ronda Rousey taking on Raquel Rodriguez. So that's the only other thing I've seen that's been announced. So other than that, as we said, not much, to be honest. But listen, this week is all about Money in the Bank. It's all about getting excited for this weekend. I think Money in the Bank looks awesome. I think it's going to be a fantastic show. We are doing the watch along. I know I keep saying it, but I want to be crystal clear because obviously we spoke a lot about Wrestling Shop Live. We've mentioned it a lot. And I don't want there to be any confusion of people thinking that we're not going to be able to do Money in the Bank. I've already set the stream up on the channel, right? I don't know how much more clear I can be. We are doing Money in the Bank. We're going to start super early, as always. And as I said, really looking forward to it. So that's where we are with tonight's Raw. That's where we are going into this week. And I hope everyone is well. Harvey said, are you going to the One Dead Man show or Money in the Bank? No, my focus is on streaming and working and doing what we do. So Money in the Bank, if I went to it, we wouldn't be able to stream it. So, that's not happening. We're streaming it. So I'm going to be here for Money in the Bank to do the watch-along. In regards to the One Dead Man show, that's the next day on the Sunday in Wolverhampton, I believe. So Money in the Bank's on the Saturday. The One Dead Man show is on the Sunday. I was tempted to go along to that, but to be honest, my focus is on Wrestling Shop Live, getting that done, getting Money in the Bank stream done. Sunday, I'd imagine I just want to collapse, pass out, let alone go to get on a train, jump over to Wolverhampton, go to a show, whatever. So I don't know. I probably sold out anyway, but that's just not featured as part of my thought process. It's going to be a busy, busy week this week. Hasib, shout out to you. Really appreciate the support, dudes. I hope you're excited for Money in the Bank. Hasib said, do you worry for Dominik once he and Rhea split? I'm sure that it will happen down the near future. I worry he heavily lacks a personality, and I feel Rhea carries that duo. Yeah, I don't know when we're going to split them, to be honest. The other thing I would say is that he is developing and improving. If you actually look at how comfortable he is on the microphone and how he interacts with the crowds. So, when he goes to talk and the crowd are not letting him talk and he's kind of getting agitated, looking around, and then he'll go, the way he milks those moments, the way that he is in control of those moments. There's a maturity there. There's an improvement there, a confidence. He's comfortable in that moment that I don't know was there when he first started, to be honest. So I feel like since he's gone into Judgment Day and since he's moved away from his dad, he's kind of been able to develop into his own person rather than just being, father and son, and he's the son, and letting his dad do a lot of the talking and whatever. Like, he really has come on since going into the Judgment Day. I think that, if you was to take Rhea away from him, he would still be okay because he's in the Judgment Day. He's still got Damian Priest. He's still got Finn Balor. Eventually, if he goes completely on his own, that's when we could really hit problems. But then, it's going to be down to the creative team to figure out, well, what do you do then? Do you put him in a new faction? Do you put him in a tag team? Do you start a new relationship? Do you have him do something diabolical? Like he was very disrespectful to his dad. And that's been nearly, 12 months or so of just heat. I mean, from the moment he turned on his dad's, it's been about 12 months of just nuclear heat. And they did great jobs with like the Father's Day, Christmas, Thanksgiving, those kind of things. In fact, I say Father's Day. They didn't do a Father's Day. I thought they might do a Father's Day, but I don't believe they did anything for Father's Day. But Thanksgiving and Christmas, they did both of those. And they did Valentine's Day, I believe, where they kind of milked it even more and got even more out of it. So, look, creatively, it's going to put pressure on the creative teams. But if he continues to improve, if he continues to get more comfortable, if he continues to like find his feet, because you got to remember, this kid has skipped NXT. So a lot of the learning he would have done in NXT, he didn't do. So he's doing it as we speak. So this is his NXT. So, you fast forward a couple of years, where will he be then? I would say that he's gone from being someone that you would look at and say he doesn't belong in WWE to now getting some of the biggest reactions out of anyone. Now, you can give him credit for that. You can give the creative department credit for that. You can give Rey credit for that, right? Rhea credit for that. But the bottom line is it's happening, right? He's gone from someone that a lot of us said, myself included, he needs to go back to NXT, or he needs to go to NXT so that he can find his feet, find himself. They've actually took him, given him something, and it's massively succeeded. So, there is going to be an issue when he and Rhea separate, just like when he leaves Judgment Day, there's going to be an issue, or when Judgment Day fall apart, because at this stage, he's very reliant on other people. But that won't be forever. He'll continue to improve. And as soon as this ends, we can always start something new. So, Dominik's done a lot more than I thought he would, says he didn't have the look and is too raw, but as a heel, he is killing it, says Has. Tim says, your thumbnail is a bit outdated. I've not watched wrestling, and I still know some of those names are on Smackdown. Shouldn't be outdated. I'll tell you why, because that is actually the official picture that WWE put out post-draft. So post-draft that just happened, that is the official Raw roster. So it shouldn't be outdated. Who is on there that is now a SmackDown superstar? Did someone move? Did we get a... we didn't do any swapping, did we? Who's on there that's... I wonder if I can find it. Got me looking for it now. You'd think I'd have it nice and easy to find, but no. It's in my downloads. Yeah, so basically, as soon as the draft happened, WWE put an image out of the Raw roster, and I was like, yes, perfect, because that's got everyone on it. So I've been waiting for them to actually release the SmackDown one. You might notice that the Raw and SmackDown thumbnails are different. So the Raw and SmackDown thumbnails different. That's because they've never released, or I've never seen, a SmackDown like roster lineup, and as a result, that is why they're different. Because making something like that would be take too long. So that's why using I don't even know where it is. Using a graphic that WWE make is the quickest, easiest, and to be honest, I think it looks better. But if you're telling me it's like wildly outdated, first of all, I wouldn't know why. And second of all, I would like to see it for myself, but I can't find it. I've got a folder that's got literally, hundreds and hundreds. Every picture I have to download for any video I ever do all goes into the same folder, which is not ideal. Probably could I find a better solution than that? Sure. Don't think I'm going to be able to put my hands on it. No. I would have called it up. I would have brought it up on screen, but I can't put my finger on it right now. So I'll have a look at it after. Do you see Dom as a future world champion? No. I don't believe so. It depends where he goes. Right now he feels very... You could put a mid-card belt on him, and I think because of his negative reactions, you might be able to get something out of it. But for him, I feel like if you're going to be a world champion, you are one of the faces of the company. We're talking Seth, we're talking Roman, we're talking, Bobby, Brock. These are the kinds of names. You are one of the faces of WWE. So, I don't know, that's a long way for Dominik to become one of the faces. We not long ago was questioning whether he belonged on the roster at all. I think now, because of the reactions he's getting, he definitely does. But, is he going to go on to become one of the faces? He would need to, really become, the next Eddie, next Rey. He would really have to put it all together. Everything he's seeing, everything his dad's taught him, all the training he's getting from everyone, put it all in a package, put it all together. And, then maybe he could get there. But you sort of look at Bron Breakker that's coming through. You see Gable Steveson that's coming through. You look at Johnny Gargano that we haven't done anything with yet. You look at Austin Theory. You sort of look at Dominik Mysterio and you go, where does he fit into that? I can see a place on the card for him, and I can see him being involved in mid-card feuds and, being irritating and getting in the way. But it's hard to see him going on to become a world champion at this stage. The only thing I would say is I really loved his entrance at WrestleMania. That felt like a world champion. Him arriving in the back of a police van, that felt like a world champion. His physique isn't great. I feel like he needs to work on that. Because the thing is, his dad's not ripped and super muscular, but his dad is really small. And actually, Rey being small and being that underdog, that is Rey Mysterio. When it comes to Dominik, he's so much bigger. He's, he doesn't look out of place standing next to the rest of the roster. He doesn't have that underdog tag. He needs to stand on his own 2 feet and look good compared to the rest of the roster. So he needs to hit the gym. He needs to bulk out. He needs to put a bit of muscle on, and he needs to look good. I like the mullet. I think that's good. Obviously, it's very reminiscent of Eddie. But right now it's hard to see him going on to become a world champion, US champion, intercontinental champion, tag team champion, absolutely. But world champion, difficult. Matt, shout out to you, says, where was Larbins? What do you think happened? Apparently he was there, but stayed in the dressing room and watched a carry-on film marathon. I would say he made the right choice, to be honest. Going out and performing in front of thousands of people or watching the classic carry-on movies, there's not really too much of a decision to make there, Matt, is there? So he'll probably get suspended, fined, something along those lines. But in all fairness, that's just going to allow him to move to the On the Buses box set instead. So, he can really get cracking into the TV series, which is, horrifically overlooked, to be honest. So, Larbs is always 2 steps ahead. I really wouldn't worry about it, Matt. I really wouldn't worry about it. Hawkins said, Days, on the topic of Dom, is he going to become a bearer of his dad's mask and legacy, or will he be a heel forever? Don't know. I mean, he could take the mask. The only thing is that we know what he looks like without the mask. Now, I know that Rey was shown without the mask in WCW, but he was not a fan of that, right? That is not something that he particularly wanted to do. And with this, like we've had a good few years of like Dominik without the mask. I don't think Dominik's looking to be kind of like the next Rey Mysterio. I don't really get that from him. Right now, what with this heel run, there's a little bit of Eddie in there, isn't there? So I sort of think what will happen is and obviously I don't have the answer to this. I think that Rey would like to pass the mask to Dominik, but I don't know that Dominik needs the mask. He's got the Mysterio name. We know that he is the son of Rey. He is forging his own path. Right, he's succeeding and doing a great job, getting massive heat. I don't think he needs to put the mask on, hide his face away once his dad retires. I think that the legacy is in the name and not in the mask. So for me, it's not something that needs to happen. It's not something that needs to happen. I think Dominik can pass the mask on to his son. He can have it. He can keep it at home. He can even wear it for like big matches. Imagine like a WrestleMania. He wears the mask like for that extra motivation. Like I'm more into that than I am him wearing it all the time and, you know, trying to replicate what his dad did, because that mask, it's Rey's mask. And I just think that like he doesn't need it, to be honest. He doesn't need it. He is getting crazy reactions right now. Maybe if he was like dead in the water and there was nothing happening and it was all flat, then you might look at it and go, well, he could give him the mask. We could try that. We could give that a go. But the truth is, he is getting somewhere on his own 2 feet. So do a nice moment where Rey, I think at the end of his career, takes the mask off, gives it to Dominik. Dominik can take it. It's a lovely moment. Dominik can then take it home. And then, as I said, I'd be a lot more into him wearing it for WrestleMania, SummerSlam. Very much like how Finn uses the demon. I would be a lot more into Dominik wearing the mask at certain matches when he needs the power of his father as well to help him. So that's how I would go. But obviously, we don't know how it's going to play out. We don't know what Rey wants or what Dominik wants. Because, to be honest, I've not seen loads of interviews with... I haven't seen loads of interviews with Rey or Dominik since they turned. There was quite a few when they were tag teaming together. So, like, they did an interview with Ariel Helwani. I saw a Rey one with Ariel Helwani, but I don't think I've seen many since the turn, so I don't quite know where things stand at the moment. Botched eye surgery. Shout out to you, bud. Says, Days, shout out from little old New Zealand. Are you going to AEW show in the UK? It's probably a silly question. It's not a silly question. I think it'd be a good show to go to because of... tickets I don't think were all that expensive. All things considered, considering it's a big stadium show and you're expecting big names, it's as close to WrestleMania as we've been. I know we had Clash at the Castle over in Wales, but this is gonna hopefully, I would say have Mercedes Moné, but it looks like she might be out for a while. So we don't quite know what's happening there. I was really hopeful that we were going to see her at Forbidden Door. There was lots of rumors she was meant to be at Forbidden Door, but then, of course, she's picked up this injury. So I've seen Sasha before, but, her being there would be a big deal. CM Punk's obviously going to be there. All the stars from AEW are going to be there. Don't know about the likes of Okada or Naito or anyone from New Japan. But you know that it's called All In, right? You've only got to look back to the last All In and look at the talent that was involved. They got everyone they could. I mean, Rey Mysterio was on the All In card the first time around because he hadn't returned to WWE by that point. And so he was out there, he was available, they booked him, he was on the card. So that London show is going to be big. It's going to be well worth the price of admission. I've no doubt about that. But no, it's not one that I'm going to because, to be honest, again, my focus is this channel and this community and being here for the streams. And it's a good chance that we'll stream that Wembley show. So going to it would mean that we can't do that. I'm already gutted that it looks like we're going to miss out on Smackdown. But as we said, that I had a plan in place to do it, but it's just they're doing it at a different time this week, right? So if it had been at its normal time, I would be here. I would be back. I'm ready to do it. But it looks like this week it's earlier. It's going to be live, and I will still be making my way back from London, what we've been at Wrestling Shop Live. So Smackdown looks like we can't do it this week. And honestly, I mean, I cannot tell you the last time I didn't do a Raw or a Smackdown. I genuinely cannot tell you. I don't know. It's years. It's been years. Years, and yet week in, week out, come rain or shine, right? Whatever's going on in the world, we are here and we stream. So the fact that it looks like we won't be able to do Smackdown is deeply disappointing. So yeah, that's why I'm not going to Money in the Bank. That's why I didn't go to Clash at the Castle. That's why it didn't even cross my mind to get a ticket to go to Wembley, because it's a good chance, as we said, we'll be covering it. Maka said, Days, Sky Bet has got EO and LA Knight as favourites. Thoughts? Well, I did my predictions. They're on the channel if you've not seen them already. I think both of those are amongst the favourites. The one that I would just question would be LA Knight. The reason why I would question it is because LA Knight seemingly is not being in the plans. If they wanted to do stuff with LA Knight, then he would have been on the WrestleMania cards. He would have been on the Backlash cards. He would have had a match at Night of Champions, so on, so on, so on, right? The fact that he's done very little this year, right? He had his feud with Bray, and then really, since then, what have we done? So for us to go from doing very little to nothing with LA Knight to now having him win Money in the Bank. I mean, the crowd reactions are there. He's over with the crowds. He's got added to the Money in the Bank ladder match, right? So he's in the match. But are WWE ready to put the briefcase on him? Because they might have already had another plan. The Logan Paul winning might have been something that they had planned for a long time. Might have been something that they were like, listen, we're going to have you lose to Seth at WrestleMania, but then what we'll do is we'll use you at Money in the Bank. We'll give you Money in the Bank. Like, that is a conversation that absolutely could have happened. I hope it didn't. I will take LA Knight in a heartbeat over Logan. In a heartbeat, right? So that Logan winning is my nightmare scenario, right? So I hope it doesn't go that way. But I do just wonder that WWE have shown that they are quite willing to put Logan in main events. They did it at Crown Jewel last year. They're quite willing to keep just shoving him into pay-per-views, trying to find spots for him to do so that he can then, trend, and they can get like the social media coverage. Imagine the social media coverage if Logan wins Money in the Bank, parades around with the briefcase, shows it off on his podcast. Then every time there's a pay-per-view, teases that he's going to cash it in. He might not, but it might just result in an extra boost in viewers as they tune in to see if he's going to do it. Then obviously there'll come the point where he does cash it in or tries to and fails, but then tries to and maybe succeeds. There's so much that you can get out of Logan winning it that I am scared that is the direction that we're going in. So I would say that LA Knight is a favorite, is amongst the favorites. I think that his crowd reactions are definitely putting him in the conversation. But is it just a bit early for WWE, who seemingly had no plans for him, to now rip up the plans and go in that direction, right? Is it a bit early for that? Could it be that WWE are looking at this going, okay, we'll put him in Money in the Bank. We'll see what reactions that he gets, and let's do you know what? Let's try and get him a match at SummerSlam. Let's see if we can get him a little summit for SummerSlam. If this is what the people want, we'll give the people what they want. We'll try and get him summit at SummerSlam. Like, that could be their thinking, couldn't it? That could be their thinking. They might not be sat there going, oh my God, we need to put Money in the Bank on him, right? They might be thinking something completely different to that. They might be thinking, let's get him added to the SummerSlam card because currently he ain't got a match. So I would say he's amongst the favorites, but I am looking at Logan. I think Damian Priest as well is in the conversation. I think Shinsuke is in the conversation. Apparently, I heard that he was going to have a big year this year, and it hasn't shown itself yet. So could that mean that he's going to win Money in the Bank? Because apparently we've been waiting on Shinsuke. We haven't pulled the trigger on Shinsuke, but Triple H knows what he's got with Shinsuke. Put the NXT title on him down in NXT, and he hasn't been booked very well on the main roster. If anyone's going to turn that around, Triple H could turn it around. There hasn't been many signs of that happening, but as we said, Shinsuke hasn't actually been back very long. He's been missing. He's been absent for most of the year. So he's managed to get into this match. Could this be where the trigger gets pulled? Could this be where Triple H is like, okay, you've been sat on the sidelines for far too long. Let's go, right? Because Shinsuke is a former IWGP heavyweight champion, big name over in Japan, did well down in NXT, and then ran into Vince, basically. Ran into a bit of a brick wall on the main roster. So I think Damian Priest is interesting. I think Shinsuke's interesting. I think LA Knight's interesting. My personal pick to win would be Logan. In regards to the women, I would definitely be leaning towards Io. I'd be leaning towards Io. I feel like a lot of people are in line with that. But like Io, the reason why we say that is because there's a lot of tension brewing between her and Bayley. I don't think Zoe Stark's too early. Trish, I don't think they would want to give her the briefcase. I think Becky and Trish will like cancel each other out. I think Zelina's just in to make up numbers. So I don't see Zelina winning it. So really it kind of comes down to, are you going to put it on Bayley? Are you going to put it on Io? I mean, it would make more sense of those two to put it on Io. She is newer. She hasn't tasted that success. She could build a brand new star. We know she's very impressive as well. So I agree with the Io one. Is there someone else in the running? I don't know. Could they go with Trish? Could they go with Becky? They won't go with Zoe. It's too soon, right? So Zoe is like my lowest pick out of all of them, right? They won't go with Zoe. Zelina's probably then my next lowest pick. But Trish, Becky, they might be in the conversation. Yeah, Io's the pick. Ryan Gambler said, Days, how are you? What's next for Ciampa? I'm good, thank you. Ryan, I think it'll probably be DIY, won't it? I mean, if you remember, Johnny has been saying recently that he's coming back. And Candice was like, no, I don't think he is. And there was a lot of talk as to who he was referring to. He might have been referring to Austin Theory, who might have been, like, you know, behind the scenes, slowly tempted to come back to the way. But it feels like Theory is off doing his own thing now. I mean, I would love Theory to come back to the way, but it really feels like he has outgrown that. Other than Theory, I think Tommaso makes the most sense. So I think Tommaso is back. Obviously, he had a match with The Miz, which makes sense because last time we saw Tommaso, he was helping The Miz. He was with The Miz. And, he said, you never called me. Not once did you check in on me. And so he was very upset with The Miz, and that's done now. So, yeah, I think next could be DIY. Maybe we see a little bit of that tonight. Right, let's go up. Pens Girl said, Days, hello, hi, everyone. Pens Girl, shout out to you. Hope you're well. Alexis, shout out to you, says, Jay wins the title SummerSlam after Rock run-in, then WrestleMania match. Not what I would see happening. Reason why I couldn't see that happening is I don't see Jay as being a top main event star. Jay is part of the Usos, and he is someone that is a solid mid-carder if he was to be like a single star. But if you've got those belts, you are the face of the company. If Roman goes away, you ideally want another Roman to go in, right? So if Brock's not the champ, then Roman's the champ. If Roman's not the champ, then, okay, let's go Cody. He's our biggest merch seller at the moment. So let's go Cody, right? That might be a bit of a step down from Roman, but at least it makes sense, right? To go from Roman to Jay is... that is pretty wild. You could do it for storyline and then have Jay just keep the belt for a very short time, right? And then drop it. But I can't see Jay like getting into that main event picture. He is like one half of the best tag team maybe ever in WWE history. And I've said before, like, it's no shade on him. It's just that he is not a singles wrestler. That's not what he is. He's not a singles wrestler. So for him to be the WWE Undisputed Universal Champion would be, as I said, pretty wild. When you're looking around and you've got Finn Balor over there, you've got AJ Styles over there, you've got Cody Rhodes over there, Brock Lesnar lurking in the shadows. And we go with like one half of the Usos. So storyline wise, you could do it if you wanted Jay to be the one to beat Roman. But if you do it, I really don't see Jay being champion for a long time. Because whoever you've got as champion, you've only got to look at the impact Roman has on ratings. When Roman is... Because you got to remember, this is a business at the end of the day. So ratings and merch sales and YouTube views and Google searches and, all of those parameters, all of that stuff is, that goes into pointing out who is the next person, who's the person we need to back. And I can't imagine. I'm sure the Usos do well, but I can't imagine that Jay Uso on his own. I can't imagine there's many indicators that he's the guy that's got to be the next horse that we back. So I don't know. I can't really see that happening. I could see Jay Roman at SummerSlam, but I would feel pretty good about Roman winning. At this point, I'm really looking at WrestleMania 40 and it being against Cody, because I think they've put that defeat on Cody so that he goes through his own hard times. It's been said, and it's a good line. He's got to go through his own hard times. He can't win it at the first time of trying, which I thought he would, to be honest. I didn't think that WWE would have WrestleMania end on such a downer, but they did. And actually, now that we're past it, I'm all right with it. I think I said I was all right with it at the time as well. I was surprised, but I think I was all right with it because it's not what I predicted. I really thought Cody would win, but I'm all right with him having to, jump through a few hoops. It reminds me a lot of Daniel Bryan. And we've said before about how Daniel Bryan kept having obstacles put in his way as well. Apparently, Cody is the top merch seller at the moment. And even though he's just in a bit of a feud with Dominik right now, it doesn't matter. His real feud is with Brock. And Brock, it's 1-1. They're going to have another match. It'll be a big deal as well. SummerSlam, I would imagine. We do Cody against Brock, the final rubber match. Then we will need to find something else for him to do after that because, he's going to have to get through the rest of the year. I think that we do Cody Roman again next year, and then that's where Cody gets it. Second time of trying. There won't be a bloodline to cost him this time either. I would love for it to be Roman against Rock. I would love for us to get that, but I can't, I don't know. I think this was the year. I think this was the year to do Roman Rock. And it didn't happen. We were in Hollywood. Everything was pointing to this year, and it didn't happen. So I'm leaning towards them doing Cody Roman next year at WrestleMania, and then that's where this historic title reign ends. But I mean, you could be right. I'm not really going off anything other than, Cody's got to win that title at some point. And he ain't going to win it at SummerSlam because he's, I think, having a match with Brock. And then you look at okay, well, where's the next big show? Because you ain't going to have Roman lose on a B show, right? So where's the next big stadium show that's got a load of people where we could do the title change? And honestly, I don't see one other than Saudi Arabia, and I don't think they would do the title change there. I don't see one until WrestleMania 40. So I'm thinking, well, that's got to be it then. It's got to be WrestleMania 40. And they're just going to keep going with this. So that's my working theory. James said, tweeted you some Riddle has called out Gunther for the IC title at Money in the Bank. Yeah, weird situation there because I go onto Wikipedia quite a bit because obviously I do preview videos, prediction videos. Also, I have to set up the watch-alongs, and for the description, I always need the matches that are happening. Like I always like to list what matches are happening. And I did my predictions the other day, and I went onto Wikipedia, and there were 6 matches that were listed. And I put the predictions out, and I forget who it was now, but someone in the comments said, "These are my predictions. Oh, and this is my prediction for Riddle against Gunther, which has just been announced." And I was like, hey, hang on, what do you mean? I've literally just checked Wikipedia. It wasn't on there. So I went back to Wikipedia. I think this was yesterday. Went back to Wikipedia, and it was on there. 7 matches were on the Wikipedia page, including Riddle against Gunther, right? And I was like, when did that happen? Where's that been announced? Like, where's that come from? Because that wasn't there when I did my prediction video. I mean, not that it matters. Gunther wins, okay? Spoiler, Gunther wins, because I'm fairly confident we're going to break the Honky Tonk Man record. But I don't know where it was announced. Anyway, I went back onto Money in the Bank again today on Wikipedia. It's gone back down to 6. It's gone back down to 6 again. So that it's been removed again. So I don't know if there was a rumor that it was going to be announced, and then it turned out it wasn't, and so it got added to Wikipedia and then took off Wikipedia. There's clearly something happening there, and I think there's a good chance it gets added. It either gets added to Money in the Bank, or we see it on like the Raw after, or something along those lines. But yeah, it feels like it's coming, doesn't it? Anyone can edit Wikipedia, even if it's not official, says James. That is true, but it has never let me down. Not once has it ever let me down. So I use that all the time for every prediction video I do, for every live stream that I have to set up. There could be people that mess around with it, but all I can tell you is that there's been matches that have been added to Wikipedia that I have not seen get announced, that then I look into, and it turns out it was like announced half an hour before, whatever it might be. So it's always a good tool. So I don't know quite what happened with that. To be honest, if I hadn't have seen that little moment where we went to 7 matches back down to 6, I would be none the wiser on that. But I find it a very, very useful tool. A very useful tool. I really wouldn't stay away from it just because, like, anyone can edit it or whatever. Because, as I said, I've used it years and years and years, and it's never let me down. Who the hell is Honky Tonk? Honky Tonk Man, longest reigning IC champion. Greggy said, Days, Cody should have won. Brock feud would make more sense because Brock couldn't fight Roman for the belt, and Roman hasn't needed the belt for this bloodline feud, says Greggy. I don't know, to be honest, bud, because if Roman hadn't have won, then he wouldn't have broke the 1,000 days record. Recently, he's just moved up another spot as well. He's gone to 5th in the all-time leaderboard. So it has been necessary so that he can take that next step forwards. I mean, what I would say is I think his last title defense was still WrestleMania. We still haven't done anything with him defending the belt, which is really not good, because I said, well, the 1,000 days was in May, so I'll let him off May. He defended in April at WrestleMania. May, I'll let him off because of the 1,000 days. But now we're getting towards the end of June, and it still hasn't been defended. So it's really not good. I completely agree. It's really not good. But I think having Cody, I think there's a few positives. Having Cody fail at the first hurdle means that when he does finally get it, it should be even more satisfying, right? When he finally does it, it should be even more satisfying. I thought and felt that WrestleMania was a no-brainer. I was so confident Cody was winning that it was a real surprise when he didn't. So the fact that they surprised me, the fact that Cody has now got to work even harder, all of a sudden now it doesn't feel as guaranteed as it did when he was winning the Royal Rumble, right? As soon as he came back, won the Rumble, I think we all went, right, he's winning. He's winning at WrestleMania. Well, he didn't. The other positive as well is that all of a sudden, like, the idea that they're not going to end WrestleMania on a downer, that's actually been reinforced because they have done it before, but I just didn't expect them to do it this time. And they did. So that says to me that, well, you can't take that into granted. Like, you can't take that into consideration going forward. So, like, if it is Cody Roman next year, WrestleMania 40, I'll feel really good for Cody, but I won't be feeling like the 90% that I was this year. At one point, I was 99% that Cody was going to win. And then there was a lot of talk in the community, mainly driven, I will say, by Austin, who kept banging on about he's going to get the 1,000 days. He's going to get the 1,000 days. And as I got closer and closer, I started to lose confidence a bit. And I finally settled on 90% that Cody would win. And so then, of course, we get to WrestleMania. He doesn't. It's a big shock. And I'm all right with it. Like, I think Brock is a bit of a gatekeeper. I think this is actually a really dangerous feud for Cody, because if he doesn't win this feud, you could make the argument that he gets really knocked quite far down the line. Like, it's to the back of the queue, mate. If you can beat Brock, you sort of cement yourself as the number one contender, right? If you beat Brock, then you are worthy of being in the conversation, right? Of being number one contender. But if you don't beat Brock, it is to the back of the line, because there will be other people that want to have a shot at Roman, and Brock will also be needing a new feud as well. Because you've got to say that whoever beats Brock surely automatically is in the conversation, becomes like a number one contender. So I would say this feud with Brock is quite interesting and important, because if Cody loses it, and this is a point that I really wish would be made more on TV, if he loses it, you're done, mate. Like, you're gonna have to win the Rumble, which actually might not be a bad story. Him now going off into the wilderness for a bit, really, like, a long way away from Roman, a long way from the title. But this is why this feud at the moment between him and Brock, it feels to me like a number one contenders matchup, basically. We get this in UFC. You get this in UFC where you get, say, the former champ and someone that's on like a 7-fight win streak, and they put them up together, and like the winner's the next in line for the title. And this kind of Brock Cody feud feels like that to me. So I don't mind the fact that the title's not involved in Cody Brock. I don't mind that Cody didn't win at WrestleMania. I don't mind that Roman's still the champ or that he beat the records. I don't mind any of that. The one thing that does bug me, the one thing that if I could change it, I would change it in an instant. He's got to defend that title. He's got to defend that title. I mean, to defend at WrestleMania, and then your next title defense is potentially not till SummerSlam. That's mental. That is mental. I mean, I don't know. I don't even think he's been doing house shows. I don't even think they've been defended there. I think his last defense was WrestleMania in like early April. And then like we're going to get all the way to SummerSlam before he does his next title defense. Like, it's pretty crazy, man. So I know that they've said that he's negotiated, that he, does his own thing now. But that's just a bit too far for me. That's just, I can let him off May because of the well done 1,000-day title reign. You do what you need to do, mates, right? You do what you need to do. If you want the month off to celebrate, then fine, I'll give it you, right? But June, right? He ain't defending it in June. I don't know. Has WWE got no authority whatsoever? Like, can they not make him? Could we not book him in a match? What would happen if WWE found a contender for him for Money in the Bank and booked him in that match? Would he just not show? Can WWE not strip him of the title? How has he got them over such a barrel? I don't know. That kind of stuff, I think, could do with getting fleshed out. I'd like to see Adam Pearce being a bit frustrated. I'd like to see him talking to Triple H, saying, what can we do? This isn't right. I've got people knocking my door down that want to have a shot at Roman. And I want to see the conversation where they're like, there's nothing we can do. In order to get him to re-sign, he's got this agreement where he only has to defend 6 times a year or something. I don't know. But, I'd love to see that type of conversation. That's the only thing that bugs me. And what I would say is it is a bit of a stain on his title reign because sure, he's got to 1,000 days and sure he's, number 5 on the list. But, understandably, people are turning around going, well, when did he last defend it? And there's people that are saying that he's just not all that because, well, he just don't defend it that often. And it is sort of hurting the legacy. It's a great story. It's a great title reign. But I do think that detail is a problem. Seeb said you don't see UFC champs defend monthly. No, but I mean, that's completely different, isn't it? Because they are... Well, I mean, look, first of all, it's an unwritten rule that wrestlers defend every 30 days. That's something that's been in WWE for a long time. That's like that kind of unwritten rule. And UFC is real. It's legit. It's obviously the punishment they take in a fight, they wouldn't be able to do that multiple times a year. So sometimes you get people defend their belts 2 times a year, 3 times a year. But could you imagine if Roman only defended his title like 3 times a year? Like the other thing that UFC have got is a flipping roster of like 500 fighters and people trying to climb up the rankings and try and, get into... So you're right. I mean, you'll see different people on a weekly basis, but I mean, look at like the Bloodline story. That's been heavily leaned on week after week after week. Well, you don't get that in UFC. We don't tell those types of stories in UFC. They're completely different companies doing completely different things. So, I mean, if you want to go down the UFC model, then you're going to need more champions. Because the other thing that UFC has got, it's got a heavyweight champion, it's got a lightweight champion, it's got a light heavyweight champion, it's It's got a middleweight champion. It's got a welterweight champion. It's got a featherweight champion. It's got a bantamweight champion. The list goes on, right? On and on and on. So you would also have to introduce weight divisions. You'd have to introduce multiple new world titles. You'd have to introduce rankings. So you just can't compare them. You can't compare them. Anglo XD said it's not a great formula, but how often does MJF defend? Claudio, how often is New Japan defended? Well, I mean, to be honest, it's again an unwritten rule that you do it every 30 odd days, and I would say New Japan is pretty good actually. They tend to have quite a few pay-per-views dotted throughout the year, and you will see the champ defend on those shows. Now, if they hit 30 days, like, it really wouldn't surprise me if we looked into it and, it was occasionally outside of that. But it is multiple times a year. And when I say multiple, it's not just like 3. They do defend throughout the year. In regards to MJF, I mean, I think he's been fairly consistent as well since he became champion at defending the title. But, again, we're talking about something that's an old school WWE rule, right? Unwritten rule that you would defend every 30 days. So I'm not really too bothered about what New Japan are doing. I'm not really bothered about what AEW are doing, because the WWE unwritten rule is that you do it every 30 days. And actually, WWE have already come out and said, because Roman has negotiated himself into a certain schedule, right? This is why we need the world title, the one that Seth's got. That's the whole reason for that belt coming into existence, is because Roman's not defending enough. I mean, that is what Triple H said. He's not defending enough. So it's not just me that doesn't feel that he's not defending enough. WWE, by their own admission, have introduced a whole new world title because Roman has negotiated himself into a certain schedule, right? So this is why Seth's got that championship. And I'm just not a fan of it. I'm not a fan of Roman not defending on a more regular basis. Or if he's not going to do that, at least give us the conversations where they're getting frustrated by it, I think if we were to go down the roads of saying, like, well, if you have a look at New Japan, their champ only defended 8 times last year. It's irrelevant. It doesn't really matter what New Japan are doing. I actually don't know what the unwritten rule of New Japan is. I don't know what they have historically tried to aim for. But historically, WWE have always gone and worked on the 30-day rule. And again, it's not a sweet science, right? It's not a hard and fast rule. It's not like we're sitting here and we're like, oh, it's been 31 days, right? But that is the sort of guideline that you would operate on. And, as we said, early April, and now here we are getting into early July. It's just a bit too long for me. And I feel like that is something that's reflected by a good percentage of the audience as well. As I said, whenever you talk about Bloodline, that tends to be one of the biggest kickbacks. Is you do get people saying, "I wish he would defend it more. I wish he would defend it more. Like, he needs to defend that title, because if he because he's not, and it's really hurting his legacy." And I don't want it to hurt his legacy, to be honest, because I think the Bloodline story is one of the best stories I've seen. And I think it would be a real shame to be talking to WWE fans and wrestling fans about how great this era was, and to have that counterpoint be thrown at you of, yeah, it might have been good, but Roman only cheated to win a lot of those matches and hardly defended the belt. Do you know what I mean? It makes it undermines, that's the word I'm looking for. It undermines the Bloodline story. And I think that is such a shame, because the Bloodline story is one of the best things we've seen. And I don't want anything to undermine the Bloodline story. So that is just the little thorn in the side. Good point. Cody is on Raw. Roman's on SmackDown. Roman has to stay on SmackDown. So if Cody is facing Roman at WrestleMania, he has to win the Rumble. Yes. Which is fine. If he wins the Rumble, he can absolutely do that. We was thinking that potentially we could have seen, say, AJ win that world title, get moved to Raw, and then Cody get drafted over to SmackDown. So that was one way we thought that there could be like a potential trade following the draft. Because I was surprised when Cody went to a different brand to Roman. I was surprised by that. And so they switched him over. And as we said, it does mean that he is away from Roman at the moment. But with plans of doing Cody Brock at SummerSlam, it just doesn't look like we're doing Cody and Roman anytime soon. The other thing that I think Cody might be able to do, he might be able to, and I don't know quite if this would work or not, he might be able to win Elimination Chamber. Normally, Elimination Chamber is you competing for a certain title, so he might have to be on SmackDown, but WWE can always, do a bit of jiggery-pokery, of course. It really wouldn't surprise me if the Elimination Chamber... So whoever wins the Rumble, let's say it's Gunther, he might pick Seth to face at WrestleMania, and then we have to use Elimination Chamber to find Roman's opponent. And it really wouldn't surprise me if Cody found a way of getting into that match. It wouldn't surprise me if he got into that and then ended up winning that and then ended up going to WrestleMania. Certainly if Roman is making his life difficult, right? Coming over to Raw or doing whatever, because we know that he's meant to stay on SmackDown, but people are meant to stay on their brands and they don't, do they? Right? The brand split is not like hard and fast, is it? It's not set in concrete. It's we see people popping up on different shows all the time. So I think there's a way that even if Cody doesn't win the Rumble, he might be able to get into that WrestleMania main event via Elimination Chamber. But we'll have to see how it plays out. There might even be a little trade, a little draft, a little, don't they call it superstar shakeup? We have had those in the past as well. So we might even get one of them towards the end of the year. So we'll have to see how it pans out. WWE have got to be careful of jumping the shark with the Bloodline story, says Jim. Jay said they've got Cody signed to a multi-year deal. There's no issue in him waiting until the next Mania. They just need to keep him busy with good creative until then. Silas said, I feel that if Gunther and Roman had a match, Gunther could dethrone him. Austin, hello. I hope you're well, dude. Daniel said, I've joined late. I've got a feeling it's lightly been asked, but what's the thoughts on Bryan's injury? He came out and said he fractured his arm. Looks like he's going to miss blood and guts. It hasn't been asked, actually. What's the thoughts on his injury? I don't really have any thoughts. He's wrestled a match. I think it was quite obvious, evident that his arm was like dangling. It wasn't a trap for anything. He wasn't playing possum with it. It wasn't like it was dangling and then all of a sudden he started using it. So it seemed like there was some damage that was done. If it's going to result in him now missing some stuff, that's wrestling, isn't it? Injuries happen, unfortunately. I would imagine Tony would be pretty down if he's going to miss Wembley. If he misses blood and guts, I don't think he'll care. To be honest, if I'm Tony Khan, if Danielson's missing blood and guts, I don't give a flip. If he's missing Wembley, I give a flip, right? That's a big problem. And not only that, but isn't All Out not long after All In? So if he's missing Wembley, he's probably written off for that as well. Like that's an ish. But I mean, injuries happen, don't they? Injuries happen. I just saw Triple T. Hello, shout out to you. Hope you're well. Paul Carpenter, hello, says yo. K-pop lover said Cody gets fed up with WWE and goes back to AEW. Shaquem said, acknowledge your travel chief, Triple T. The travel chief. I'll be chatting to Triple T tomorrow on the Wrestling Escape pod, of course. I don't know if he's got anything to go through, talk about. Okay, here we go. We are starting with Raw. Days, I watched the match, and when Ospreay dropped Omega on his head, I cringed so hard, says Noah. Brian said last night the timeline is 6 to 8 weeks. Pretty sure Wembley is in 8 to 9, so it will be tight. Well, hopefully he can make it. Hopefully he can make it. We are just seeing... I know he's made some terrible mistakes because I am looking at one. This is just the back and forth between Dom and Cody from last week. So we're just waiting to get underway. Anglo said they ruined a great match with Don Callis. Should have met Ospreay. Get his revenge win clean. People excited to see Triple T in the chat. I have a new BF. Is that boyfriend or best friend? Justin said, I've got massive news. Go ahead, Justin. What is it, buds? William said, me and Trips hug it out. He took me to Fenway Park. We had Franks. They were disgusting. Then we went back to his place, made a tent, fell asleep watching ET. That sounds like such a Triple T thing to do. Rhea Ripley coming out. Right, here we go. So, Raw is beginning with Rhea and Dom. Both are already in the ring. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Dom-som. Who's Dom-som? That sounds like something you would order from a Chinese. Dom-som. I'm keeping it. I'm keeping it. Sadly, that's what Ray said as well. Cody versus Dom-som Mysterio live from London this Saturday. Loud boos, man. Loud boos. They do not like Dom-som. They don't like it. The crowd is booing. They are booing, mate. They are. They don't like him. Dom-som screaming at the crowd to shut up. I've got it from here, says Rhea. They're booing Mommy? They're booing Mommy? Your favorite Cody Rhodes is a wannabe and a loser. It'd be great if she started singing Wannabe by the Spice Girls. Oh, there was no wrestling, only has one royal family stuff at the start. It just went straight into his music. So, here is Cody. He's got his cast on. Lots of ladders in the entrance. I haven't heard a single commentator yet. Haven't heard any commentators. I haven't even heard Welcome to Raw. Are they having technical problems? Where's the commentary team, guys? There he is! Yay! Do you reckon he was sat there going, can I talk? Can I talk? Can I talk? No. No. Can I talk? No. Wait. Can I talk? No. Straight in. He always looks good, doesn't he? He always looks good. Adrenaline in my soul, every thought out of control. Is that the words? What is it? Adrenaline in my soul, every thought out of control. Every thought out of control. All of his thoughts are out of control. How does he get anything done? Imagine going in the shop for milk and all you're thinking about is like purple cows or something. I don't know. All his thoughts are out of control. Cody chants. Cody. Someone was dressed in green there. They look like peas. Peas in a pod. See a Uncle Howdy mask in the crowd. Savannah, Georgia. Welcome to Monday Night Raw, but he gets interrupted. He says, welcome to Monday Night Raw, but Mommy talks over him. Dom is a very dangerous man. This is true. Money in the... Just booing him again. Can't get anything done. Justice for Dom Dom. At Money in the Bank, he's going to show you exactly how dangerous he is. You're a smart guy. I'm sure you've heard this one before. He's going to tell a joke. I'm sure you've heard this one before. Knock, knock. Those who mind don't matter, and those who matter don't mind. It's from a children's book. Cat in the Hat. Who thought Cat in the Hat was going to get a mention tonight? Have you got Cat in the Hat on your bingo cards? The Cat in the Hat said that. It's a children's book, and that's because you're a child. Can we get the rest of that story? How does that work? Damian Priest doesn't run from me. Odie quotes Cat in the Hat. I'll give you a free shot. Why is he so desperate for Dominik to come back? Just let him walk away. Go get a mochaccino or something. Cody's like, come back, have a free shot, mate. Dominik goes back. Did he just say F this? Did he just say F this? Did he just mouth F this? Maybe he said forget this. It looked like something else. Let me tell you. Budge. Okay, Dom. Okay, Dom. I see you walking. Dirty Dom. You're stepping into a completely different body of water. I want you to show me that you're half the man that your father is. Bigger than his father. Or are you just mommy's little boy? Dom Dom scared, said Zoom Station. Dom is the same age as MJF. Is he? A big con Dom makes mommy safe, said Defcon Eric. He did mouth that, just like AEW and TBS, said Surge. Dom is twice the height of his father. If Cody's smart, he'll have someone in his corner so that Rhea won't interfere, says John. K-pop lover said, sounds like Bray. What, the cat in the hat quote? Do you reckon that's where Bray gets all his creative ideas, right? Dr. Zeus. Do you reckon that's the secret behind the Firefly Funhouse? Dr. Zeus. Right, what's this? What's going on? Adrenaline in my soul. Every thought out of control. We're looking at Bronson Reed last week. So, Bronson Reed is Shinsuke. I don't know what's happening. Nakamura's coming out. I know that much. The king of strong style. Imagine him at Forbidden Door. That would have been sick. No, obviously not whilst he's with WWE, but just if he was still with New Japan. It's a big star here, you know. Sleeping giant Shinsuke is. So, Shinsuke making his way down. It's a lumberjack match. Cody versus Dom. King of Dom style, says Triple T. Oh, King of Dom style. Okay, so Nakamura making his way down. It's going to be Nakamura against Ricochet. Okay. I don't know what does that mean for Bronson Reed? Bronson Reed's been involved with these two for a few weeks. So, looks like we're getting that match next. Our first match of the evening, actually. This one wasn't on the official preview. Nakamura versus Ricochet. George said the crowd is actually good tonight, at least so far. So far, so good. I think everyone wants to see AJ Shinsuke both have a title reign before they retire. Not to mention a chance to have that memorable Mania match that we were screwed out of, says Angelo. What kind of match is that, says Tim. What, this one? This Nakamura Ricochet one? They've just been kind of getting in each other's way for a few weeks. So there's been a bit of a story rumbling along where Nakamura, Bronson, Ricochet have all just been getting in each other's way. I think we did Bronson, Ricochet. We've done Bronson, Nakamura. Now it's just time to do Nakamura against Ricochet. Not the most exciting thing in the world, to be honest, but, it'll do. Keeps us out of trouble, doesn't it? Ricochet is 90% gymnastics and 10% wrestling. James said, I spent longer sat on the bog earlier than Dom has been in prison. Wasn't Dom in prison for like 16 hours? Was you on the toilet for longer than 16 hours earlier? Are you all right? Guys, can we get prayers for James, please? Prayers for James. Is there a little prayers emoji? Where's the little, the hands together? Because I don't know what he's going through right now. He might be on the toilet even as we speak. I'm fairly confident it was about 16 hours that Dominik was in prison. So if James has been on the toilet officially longer now than Dominik's been in prison, that's not right. That's not right. And where's the prayer hands? Where's the prayer hands? Why can't I find them? I'm going to search. Pray. There we go. There we go. There we go. Prayers are being sent. Prayers are being sent, dudes. Come on. Just push. Just push, man. Just push. Have lots of water, fiber, bananas. What I don't know what else can like flush it through. That's it. Look at this. There's moments in my streaming career where I am genuinely touched, genuinely moved, genuinely like I can see the power of this community. I can see what we can achieve. You know, I look at like Mr. Beast, like curing blindness and everything, and I'm like, yeah, that's cool. But like when you see what we can do, where we all come together and we share, like, you know, send our thoughts to James going through a very difficult time. That's power. That is power. Very, very powerful. Days coughing on that King Kong Tony Khan. Oh, makes your eyes bug out and make funny faces. You say thanks, guys, over and over. Too much smoke to comment. R.I.P. Dink. Thank you. Thank you. Trini said, read this carefully. Obscene language gets you timed out. I read that very carefully. LS Dub said, make it 24 hours, James, then contact Guinness. What, the beer company? Why? What's that going to do? Hello, is that Guinness? I've been on the toilet 24 hours, can I have a free case of beer? What do you mean you're calling the police? Mate, that ain't going to do anything. That's one of the stupidest ideas I've ever heard. That is ridiculous. Call Coke. Call Coca-Cola, James. Give Coke a call. See if they'll do anything. It's bad to put 3 laxatives in a drink. I don't know. Try it. Listen, if he's been on the toilet longer than 16 hours. I think everything's on the table. I mean, nearly literally. I'd imagine there's nothing left in the boy. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. I bet it's horrific. Come on, Guinness. It's not the right way forward, guys. Come on. Him contacting a beer company is not going to help him in his current situation. Bronson is sitting ringside. He is. He looks good, Bronson, actually. He looks good. In a suit. Looks good. Right, Ricochet has made his way down. K-pop lover says Shinsuke and Ricochet are fighting for Bronson's adoration. He looks cool. Okay, right. We've got Nakamura and Ricochet exchanging some forearm strikes. Dizzle Dog, shout out to you. That's very kind, my friend. Look at that Dizzle Dog coming in, firing in some memberships. Dizzle Dog, very much appreciated, buds. Gotta give him some reverse pressure, if you know what I mean, says Ron. I haven't got a clue what you mean. No idea what you mean. Sounds filthy, though. Okay, kicks coming in by Nakamura. Nakamura in black with white. I don't know how I feel about that. I used to like the red. Don't know if the black really stands out as much. Against ropes, big boot there by Nakamura. Ricochet grabs Nakamura. Kick coming in by Nakamura. Ricochet goes down. Wrestle with Andy. Hello, Days. I think a manager would help Shinsuke. He's missing something. Who would you have? Who do you think would be good in that role? Have we got anyone that could do it? I actually don't have an answer to that. Do you know what? Maybe an attractive young thing, you know? Maybe an attractive young... I always thought Kayla Braxton was worth a try. I thought she was worth a try. She's not a manager, obviously, but she's small. which she's really small as well, which is great because anyone that you put with her, she's going to be smaller than. And so she makes them look bigger as a result. So from a perspective point of view, works wonders. But not only that, she can talk. I mean, she hosts shows and has hosted shows, hosts the bump and, talks on the bump. She's hosted like Talking Smack. She's been involved in like back and forth with Paul Heyman. I think she can talk. You give her, you wouldn't not give her the script. Obviously, she would have the script of what she needed to say. But like, I reckon you could get something out of her. I reckon you could get something out of Kayla Braxton. But if you didn't want to go that way, I don't know. I feel like, who would you have? The black and white gear is terrible, says McLean. Kayla is a little hottie, said Zoom Station. Yeah, it's not a bad looking lady. I always thought Zelina did a great job. Very similar in the sense of small, could talk, and she worked wonders for Andrade. I think you were seeing it right now as well. Andrade down in NXT was not really getting anywhere. Bronson's getting involved. And then as soon as Zelina came along, to the moon. Right, you're out of there. Bronson's been removed from ringside. Get out. Get out. Bennett's is kicking off. I love him in a suit. He looks great in a suit. He looks great. So Bronson removed from ringside. I don't know. Right, we are at commercial break. Heyman for Shinsuke. Yeah. Maybe the old Heyman. I mean, like, the one that was the advocate. This wise man, this, like, looking up affectionately. He's kind of... Yeah, he would need to be the... Right, is that any better? I just keep switching between routers, hoping that one's going to be stable. We are at commercial break, so you're not missing anything. Bronson Reed has just been removed from ringside. That's it. Larry the Lag Hen Lag, said Zoom Station. Does Rick Boogs count as a manager? No, I think we can get somewhere with Boogs. I don't think we need to put him as a manager. He was more like, he did the intro for Shinsuke, didn't he? I blame Dave Meltzer for the lag, yes. I remember the mic cutting out like crazy last week. Yeah. I think we fixed that. That was on like UFC. So that's, I think, resolved. Now we're just going through a little bit of lag. It's like when a plane goes through turbulence, you know. You're going to get it every now and again. Bring back Bob Backlund. Let's go. Calio said, since Bryan Danielson is out with injury, do you think the Blackpool Combat Club should add Don Callis to join them with Takeshita? Feel like Kenny could be able to finally get his hands on him. Should they bring in Takeshita? Hasn't he been... Well, I don't think he needs to be a permanent member. But, like, if they're doing, like, a blood and guts thing, then sure. He can be involved in that with Don Callis on the outside. But, no, I don't think he needs to be, like, a permanent member. Big boot there by... Shinsuke. Ricochet is down. We're just seeing moments ago with Bronson Reed being removed from ringside. Nakamura charging over. Ricochet on the outside. Big boot by Ricochet. Ricochet springboard comes crashing down onto Nakamura. So we're underway with this match at the moment. It is a go home this week, guys. Go home. So I'm not really expecting anything monumental. Not really expecting anything that's going to change my life. Do you think there'll be something big at Payback since it's 3 years since Roman won the belt? I think there's going to be something big at all the pay-per-views. I don't think it'll be anything especially big. I don't know, like, I'm not really expecting it to be a celebration or anything. I mean, I'd imagine they'll have him defend the title. But I can't say that I'm expecting any, I don't know. I'm not expecting The Rock or anything like that. Let's put it that way. But I think they're doing a good job of making the pay-per-views feel important, you know? So I fully expect that to continue at Payback. It coming in by Shinsuke. WWE bringing in some of the New Japan guys to form a faction with Nakamura would be good, says John. Hawk is not Al said, I blame the Lily doll from Forbidden Door. That was mental because we got to the big 2 final matches and the mom, the kid, and the doll all disappeared. They just went, gone. Nakamura in control here against Ricochet. Charging over, going for a kick. Ricochet. Recoil. 1, 2. Shoulder up by Shinsuke. Shinsuke gets his shoulder up. Ricochet grabbing the leg of Nakamura. Ricochet going back to the corner of the ring. Is going to the outsides. Climbing up. Nakamura pops up. Kick coming in. Ricochet goes down. Nakamura charging over. Big knee strike. Looking for the Kinshasa. He's got Ricochet in position. Ricochet flips over. Couple of kicks miss. Blockbuster. Ricochet over by the ropes. Going up top. Nakamura is down. Looking for shooting star. 1, 2. He did. Ricochet beats Nakamura. Ricochet beats Nakamura with a shooting star. Crowd were really into that. Yeah, crowd loved it. Shinsuke loses again. Bo Dallas is Liv Morgan's boyfriend. Bill Goldberg is Liv Morgan's husband. Kieran said Bray Wyatt update. Haven't seen one. I've got Money in the Bank pay-per-view from Sky Box Office. I'm working on Saturday night. No spoilers, says Chris. There's no spoilers out. Right, here we go. We are about to move on to whatever is coming up next. We've gone over to the commentators. So, Ricochet picks up the victory. Now we're talking about Riddle. The longest reigning Intercontinental Champion watching on. He's not the longest reigning Intercontinental Champion. Botch. I think he means of the modern era. The modern era. What does that mean? Right, so last Monday, Gunther destroying the legs of Riddle. I'm going to try and take his Intercontinental Championship at Money in the Bank. That was earlier today. Riddle. Okay, so Riddle's backstage. Do you think that's a smart decision? How dare you? Here's Ludwig Kaiser. Ludwig Kaiser. He says that Riddle's got amateur skills. Ludwig says that he might have beaten him last week, but that'll never happen again. Oh my God. Was that Gunther that just booted him in the head? Challenge accepted. Gunther jumps on Riddle's ankle. There was a big boot that just came out of nowhere. Just bang! And I think it was the Ring General. Oof. Challenge accepted. Such a cool moment. This foot, just comes off camera. The way that he went down as well. Challenge accepted. Gunther's like a full-blown flipping Street Fighter character, man. Challenge accepted. Why does Riddle do backstage interviews? He always gets beat up, says David. It's a good point. Where's Eichner and Bartel right now? If only they were around. Liv Morgan wants a baby. That's what she said. All that she wants is a baby. She's gone tomorrow, boy. Why does Riddle... Oh, I read that. For whatever reason, people are being jazz tonight. Chill out. Enjoy life. James said, how many more days till Gunther breaks Honky Tonk Man's records? Let's have a look. Intercontinental record. We'll have a little look, shall we? We'll have a little look. Oh. Okay, so the record is 454. WWE recognize it as 453. Gunther is on 380 plus. Don't know what that means. I'm guessing it's just 380, but it's still going. So it would mean that we need another 74 days, which sounds like a lot, but it's not really, because 2 months would be 60 days. So 2.5 months. That's it. 2.5 months. Currently, he is 13th on the combined leaderboard. That's mental, isn't it? So if you was to add up everyone's Intercontinental Championship reigns and add them all up for how long they'd been champ for in days, Gunther is 13th on that list, and he's only had one reign as champion. Ahead of him are people like The Miz, who's had 8 reigns, and he has been champ for 592 days. So, I mean, Gunther's got a long way to beat that. He's got a good couple of 100 days to go to beat that. The all-time record is Pedro Morales. He has got a combined reign of 617 days across 2 reigns. But the record for longest single reign is Honky Tonk Man, and that is 453. So 73 days to go. 73 days to go. I'd love the Honky Tonk Man to come down and try and stop Gunther. Imagine him coming down just like pounding on his chest. You can't beat my records. It's the only thing I've got. And, yeah, that would be pretty funny. Right, we are at commercial break. Lars Sullivan was the last real man in wrestling, says Tim. Musk versus Zuck confirmed for UFC 300. Is Dom Dom? I want a match tonight, says Dom. I want someone strong, someone big. Tozawa. We'll get back to you. So Dom wants a strong, big opponent. Strong, big opponent. Let's go. Brenton, shout out to you. Watching Tigers in the Men's College World Series. Thoughts on Vince's increasing role in main roster creative hotshotting of NXT to renew rights? Oh, hang on. London. What's this? Is this like stats about Money in the Bank? This here we go. I was going to say, this is just like when they do the Rumble and they're like, there's been 1,500 people that have entered the Rumble. Of the 37 people that have won, 29 have gone on to be champion. So they've got a few facts and stats here about Money in the Bank. %78% successful cash-ins. %100% of women have successfully cashed in. We have never had, that's interesting, I didn't know that. We have never had a woman fail to cash in. Never had a woman fail. Angry Miz Girl. I wonder what Angry Miz Girl does these days. She's probably still not a girl. Well, she's probably still a girl, but she's probably not a little girl. It's one of those where, like, she's probably a mom. Do you know what I mean? $30 Money in the Bank ladder matches. Natalia has competed in 5. Kane has competed in 7. And Kofi. God, Kane's broke all kinds of records, isn't he? These video packages. I mean, this is stuff you know, but you don't know these numbers. I don't know these numbers. Yeah. I forgot when he had acrophobia. R-Truth. I miss R-Truth. Rob Van Dam. One of a kind. Have you seen Carmelo? It's getting bigger. I mean, you do tend to when you're pregnant. Kane only waited 50 minutes to cash in. Yeah, the women love cashing in the same night, don't they? They love it. Only one superstar has cashed in at WrestleMania. The heist of the century. Seth freaking Rollins. Yeah, that was pretty fun, that one, in the headquarters. 2020. Mental to think that was, 3 years ago now? 3 years ago since we did that one at the headquarters. Now we're going to London. Money, 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 money. Money, 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 money. Boo! Just showed Logan. Hashtag anyone but Logan. And not Jake, before you say, well, how about Jake? Don't want Jake. That was all right, that was pretty fun. I really enjoyed those video packages. Summer House Wrestling fans enjoy Rowdy, Ronda, Rousey. Yeah. Reputation. Ronda Rousey versus Raquel Rodriguez. Question is, thoughts on Vince's increased role in creative and hotshot in him being increasingly involved to upset people behind the camera and the fans. I don't give a flip. I really don't. I've said it before. I think this is Vince's company. Everything that's happened in WWE before the middle of last year was signed off by Vince. So whatever you got, unless you've just got into wrestling, whatever got you into wrestling was because of Vince. Might not have been his idea, but he signed off on it. Everything went through him. So it doesn't bother me. Doesn't bother me in the slightest. If anything, I find it funny where people hear that Vince is involved and immediately they kick off and moan and complain, and without knowing what he's changed, why he's changed it. It's ignorance. That's what it is. There's a load of people on social media that will hear that Vince is involved in this show tonight, and they'll moan about it and kick off about it. And they won't have any idea as to what the issue is. They won't have any idea as to what did he change, why did he change it, blah, 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 blah. I heard, one of the things was, I heard apparently that Tommaso was meant to face Seth, and he was meant to have a title match. And so people were kicking off at the fact that Vince had changed that from Tommaso against Seth. So I saw there was loads of comments on Twitter, people moaning that would have been a brilliant match. We should have got that match, blah, 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 all this kind of stuff, and that Vince had changed it. And then apparently I read that this BWE that people love, they've come out and said it wasn't Vince that changed it. It was actually Triple H. Triple H changed it because he felt that he didn't want Tommaso to lose his first match back, because he was clearly not going to beat Seth. So he didn't want him to lose his first match back. So it was a change by Triple H, actually. So this is my point. No one knows, no one's got a good, accurate idea as to what's actually being changed, or why it's being changed, or what's actually happening. So it's just sit back and watch the show. Sit back, watch the show, and enjoy it. And if we get some really good information that we can make a good comment on, that we can actually have some good conversations about, if it comes out that we get detail as to what changed, what was changed by, what was the original plans, what was changed by Vince, we get some really good information that's accurate and strong, then we can have a conversation. Then I'm a lot more engaged to talk about it. But there's so many conflicting reports. I said before, Vince's fingerprints were all over apparently the Raw after WrestleMania. But the stuff that he was meant to have changed was not going to make that show any better. People were expecting NXT call-ups and loads of returns. Apparently Vince didn't change any of that. He didn't stop any NXT call-ups. He didn't stop any returns. So apart from some matches being changed, which I seem to recall was some triple threat matches got altered, or, women's triple threat matches. apart from these like little changes, whatever, you still would have ended up with a disappointing Raw after WrestleMania. So it's like, I really feel like I see it for what it is, and it's going to upset people, but being angry, being upset, being annoyed, that's what gets you clicks. That's what gets you views. That's what gets people engaged. If you're like, Vince is ruining everything, and that's your thumbnail and that's your title, right? People are going to click on that because, well, what do you mean? Vince is ruining everything. They'll click on it, and then you can rant about Vince, right? And this is the narrative that's being peddled out there because it gets engagement. It gets views. You're being used. You're being used. It's what's happening. No, any kind of rational thoughts, any kind of like rational conversations don't, they're not really going to get views. Everything's got to be an extreme point of view to get the most engagements, get the most clicks. Everyone's battling for engagement. And so I just really think that's what's going on. There's a lot of fake news. There's a lot of fake outrage. There's a lot of people that are making noise that haven't got a flipping clue what they're on about. There's a lot of, as I said, conflicting reports as to what's actually being affected and what's actually being changed. My approach to it is, it may not be great news. It may not. I'm not sitting here saying, oh, it's amazing, Vince is the greatest thing that's ever happened. What I am saying is that I've yet to see anyone that knows enough about this, enough detailed information about this, to accurately tell me that the changes that are being made are as horrific as, say, Twitter would lead you to believe. So I'm not someone that subscribes to that theory of, oh, Vince is involved, it's all horrific, I'm going to stop watching WWE. If you feel that way, stop watching. That's what I would say. If it makes you that angry, stop watching, right? Because he's going to be involved. It's his company. He's in charge. He's the top guy in Endeavor. I mean, right now he's been away for a while because they've had to sort out TV deals. They've had to sort out new head office premises. They've had to sort out all this kind of stuff. So, he's been off doing that. As soon as that settles down, right? As soon as that settles down, well, what do you think Vince is going to do then? He's gonna, they're gonna have to try and find stuff for him to stay out the way. Because I do agree that if there is a plan in place, if Triple H has got a plan and he knows what he wants to do, right? If Vince comes in changing stuff, well, that's going to affect the plan, right? Last minute changes are not ideal either. The wrestlers, they want to know what they're doing. They don't want to rock up and find out everything's changed, right? So I do agree with that. That stuff is not ideal. I do agree with it, that last minute changes and deviating from the stories that Triple H had planned, they're not ideal. But this notion of moaning about something that you've got very little information on, that you don't know like what's accurate, it's just fake outrage. It's just fake outrage to get clicks and views. So for me, I just watch the shows and I enjoy them for what they are. I don't worry so much about, Vince, if he's involved, if he's not involved. I'm not bothered. As I said, he was overseeing this thing from the early 80s to 2022 creatively. So there's going to be good stuff. There's going to be bad stuff. And the question is, where do we go going forwards? Because he's going to be involved. You're going to have to accept that. He's going to be involved. Ronda rolling up Raquel and picking up the victory. Defcon Eric said, Jack books better plush wrestling matches than Vink. God damn you, Vink. And what was your other one? Your other one, so Vince, and your other one was about Hotshot in NXT. Don't mind it. It's making NXT a bit more exciting. So, I mean, obviously, once it actually gets the TV deal, it might be a case that it settles down and we don't get as much kind of main roster excitement used on NXT. But I certainly don't mind seeing it. I thought Seth defending the title was really fun. We're backstage with Finn. Let's see what Finn's got to say. Ronda beats Raquel. Got a little backstage thing with Finn Balor here. I got bitter as you got better. Let's analyze that. Torn pec, torn bicep tendon. I could hardly raise my arm. I was Universal Champ for 22 hours. I was forced to relinquish that championship. Amazing that was 7 years ago, isn't it? 7 years ago. You walked out and you laughed. So we're seeing Finn backstage, and we're seeing a shot of Seth from 7 years ago basically laughing at Finn for the injury that he suffered in that match for the Universal Championship. It's a nice little build, this. Go home show, but there's some nice video packages. I like that Money in the Bank video package, and I like this Finn Balor one as well. All that matters to me is vengeance. Good. I like it. The plan 7 years ago was always to have Seth Finn at Money in the Bank, said Justin. This is 7 years in the making, says Hayden. Well, we got Seth backstage. He's got a red tracksuit on. Right, we're about to go to commercial break. How long are we? 55 minutes into the show so far. Gold Rush continues tomorrow. Live network special. Carmelo Hayes defending against Baron Corbin. Maybe not quite as big as what last week's was, but Tiffany taking on Thea Hale as well for the NXT Women's Championship. It's going to be good. Tomorrow will be good. Anna, shout out to you. Hope you're well. Anna says, fake outrage is an easy way out. Lately, blaming Vince for tiny decisions is laughable. If you want to blame him for the lawsuit stuff with the women backstage, but he isn't the only caller of the shots now. I think, Anna, I hope you're well. I think that's a really good point because, like, Vince is obviously, I mean, complicated is maybe not the right word, but I think complicated is probably the closest word I'm going to be able to find right now. This is the guy that, I mean, my feelings about Vince are very confused because without Vince, well, I don't know where we would be. I don't know where we would be because, like, with wrestling, obviously, I'm not talking about humanity, but as in wrestling regards, I mean, Vince has said his dad would never sell him WWE if it was going to stay, if he knew what he was going to do. So WWE would never have been sold to Vince. There's a misconception that Vince was handed WWE. He was not. He bought it. He bought it from his dad's. I'm sure he got a nice price. I mean, it wasn't like $1. He had to go get proper funding. He actually had to buy out his dad. He had to buy out Gorilla Monsoon. There was a few that had like shares in it that owned WWE. And he had to buy it. And it was a big gamble. Big gamble. And hence why, you know, WrestleMania had to work for him. Because the cash was... There was no cash. It would all run dry. And he said his dad would never have sold it him if he knew that he was going to do what he did. And so, where would we be? If Vince hadn't have took it, who would have took it? You know, what would their plans have been? I mean, it's very easy to go, well, they would have just done the same. But chances are they wouldn't have just done the same. You know, that's just not, it wasn't the done thing. You know, the territories were respected. You know, eventually would someone have come in and gone like international and took over like, you know, everywhere? Sure, definitely, of course. But who's to say that it would be a company that would have succeeded or would have lasted? You know, you think about Undertaker, you think about Attitude Era, you think about Hogan, you think about WrestleMania, Royal Rumble, you think about all of that stuff that we know and love. And it's all come through Vince. It's not all Vince's ideas, but he surrounded himself by the people that were able to come up with those ideas. And, you know, it meant that this company grew and grew and grew to the global multi-billion-dollar company that it is now. You know, I mean, I've dedicated more of my life to WWE than I think I have any other interest that I have. I mean, I love music. I love lots of different things, but I think WWE undeniably has had more of my time. So the idea that like Vince is now enemy number one, I just can't vibe with that. Can't vibe with that. He's given me too much for him to be enemy number one. What I will say is, I think Anna's nailed it. You know, what's the allegations that are against him about the women and everything? Horrific, and like you don't want those to be true, but chances are they could be true. But that could be clouding some judgments. That could be driving some opinions. But I think that for me, those are separate things. I mean, ideally, Vince would have just gone away. To be honest, he should have just gone away. Should have been that, like, well, it should have been that it went to court and it got dealt with properly. I've got no doubt about that, right? I don't have an affection for him to the point where I think he's above the law. He should have faced justice. Should have been tried in a court, and you know we should get it sorted basically. But he had gone, and Triple H was in place, and the company could move forwards, and you know he could deal with like those issues away from WWE. Now that he's back, it's like, you know, those issues are back, but like it does feel seedy. It does feel like they've not been dealt with, right? I am definitely here for those conversations, but I agree with Anna. Those are separate conversations to him booking the show. Him booking the show is one thing. Conversations about what he allegedly did, are a separate conversation. So I don't look to combine the two. I do think that he should leave Triple H to it. I agree with, if there are plans in place, let those plans play out. But I don't feel this anger about him being involved like I so passionately see on Twitter. And I really think that is influenced and driven by a lot of channels and a lot of like TikTok accounts and YouTube accounts and different people that know that if they express a very passionate one side of like, he is the devil, he needs to get out of wrestling, like it's that's the narrative that's being pushed. And I know why it's being pushed, because it's great for views. It's great for views. I could push that narrative. I could do a video talk about how Vince is the devil, and it would do very well for me. But I'm not gonna. Although he may be the devil. With that being said, considering everything that he's alleged of doing, he actually might be the devil. Maybe I should do that video. Anna, really appreciate the support. Really appreciate the support. And there's going to be people all over the spectrum and scale on this. There'll be people and opinions absolutely everywhere. All I can do is share mine, give you mine. It's up to you to come up and make up your own minds. Right, Seth is in the ring, and Carmelo is at ringside, getting an applause. There's a respect between those two. Carmelo and Seth had a little moment on NXT. NXT chants. Carmelo says, "I am him." You had my back this Tuesday, says Seth. So I just want to say thank you. So Carmelo saves Seth from the beatdown from Finn on NXT. You've got a title defense tomorrow. So we're just using this to promote tomorrow's NXT at the moment. So he says, I go one-on-one with Finn Balor at Money in the Bank. So we're getting a medical update. He's not even pretending that he's like massively hurt or there's any drama. He's like, this Saturday I am facing Finn. But which Finn Balor is going to show up? Finn Balor jumped me. Not once, but followed me to NXT and jumped me down there. Just over an hour. We've got 27 minutes and then we've got half-time scores. I'm still standing. Elton John. Great performance. Right, he calls out Finn, tells him to finish the job. I think Bron would be better than Seth, says Paulie. Bembo said, this could be the last Raw on BT Sport before it switches to TNT Sport. That's true. WWE will be on TNT here in the UK. I promise you this, Finn Balor's not coming out right here, right now. Hey, that Trinidad and Tobago guy's in the front row again. You are the smartest you've ever been. Wonder where this is going. Do you reckon Finn is going to come out? These two probably, you'd think, would just feud, like brawl around the ringside area. Am I 100% right now? No, I'm not. Will I be 100%? No, I will not. What's wrong? Crowd cheer. Crowd cheer at the fact Seth won't be 100%. Yay! He is injured. When the bell rings. Oh, I've only just seen his shoes. Those shoes, are those the backward shoes? There's some shoes that you can buy that you can wear both ways round. And I think he's wearing them. I think he's wearing them. I think he's got the shoes that you can wear both ways round. Kick to the midsection. I'm just looking at his shoes. That's all I'm doing. He's driven Finn back into the corner, dumps Finn over the top. Big shots coming in by Seth, so Finn attacking him. Seth goes into the ring steps. Goes into the commentary table. Kick coming in there by Finn. Kick again by Finn. So Finn just brawling with Seth. Carmelo grabs the chair away from Finn. Finn goes into the timekeeper's area as Seth is trying to chase him away. So Carmelo grabbing a chair. There's a bit of blood on the face of Seth. Crowd singing away. So, a bit of blood on the face of Seth. Finn getting knocked into the timekeeper's area. Crowd singing away. Right. Hayden, shout out to you. Do you think Randy will return in Riddle versus Gunther? Don't think so. Can't say I had that on my bingo card. Randy returning, I actually don't know when we're going to be looking at that. He is still on his way back from injury. Now, there's been a few conflicting reports because there was reports that he was going to be at WrestleMania, and there was reports that he was starting to look at ring gear and stuff like that. And so felt like WrestleMania might be where he could come back. But then another report came out saying that he was quite a way off from returning, and that actually he wasn't even close to coming back. So I haven't seen anything in a while. But yeah, to be honest, I was thinking SummerSlam earliest, but wouldn't even surprise me if he wasn't at SummerSlam. Here's Tommaso. Could happen though, Hayden. It's not impossible, is it? This injury was a blessing. He says he's got clarity. Why is Tommaso Ciampa playing second fiddle? So this time around, he creates his own opportunities. Oh, they're fighting again. So this time around, creates... Logan's going to be on Grayson Waller Effect on Friday. Sami Zayn, Kevin Owens, Pretty Deadly. Acknowledge me. Are they on? Roman returns. Roman's going to be on. I mean, if you've got a ticket to SmackDown, it looks flipping stacked. It looks stacked. Grayson Waller Effect with Logan Paul. Roman returns. Asuka against Charlotte for the WWE Women's Championship. Sammy and Kevin defending the tag titles against Pretty Deadly as well. There's a lot going on. Right, let's jump into the chat. Josh says, can we kick William Hensey out of the party? He is a bully. I can't not help for what I do. He is a bully, but sometimes it's better to keep the bully inside than have the bully on the outside. Because, you know, they say keep your friends close, but your enemies closer. Greggy said, what happened to Theory? Can't believe Cena put him over for this. Well, Theory's on SmackDown. To be honest, what are we doing with Theory? Sheamus had stepped up to him, hadn't he? So I'm thinking Sheamus against Theory at some point. But seemingly not this Friday. I think we're maybe trying to get Money in the Bank out the way, and then we'll go back to that and do that a bit further down the road. Days is going to miss SmackDown. Anthony says 10-star match. Pretty cringy, says Tim. Glad you're missing that show. No one watches SmackDown. Oh, they do, Tim. They do. Come on. Numbers are still good for SmackDown, and they'll be really good this week. Anytime Roman's on, it does well. Do you think we see Drew at Money in the Bank? I think so. Yeah, I think so. I mean, the thing with Drew coming back is that it's the UK, innit? So, like, shy of doing, like, a show in Scotland, and there's no plan for that seemingly at the moment. This is the closest to like home for Drew. So yeah, it just makes sense that he's not been around, and if we're going to bring him back, this would be the show to bring him back on. You could make the argument bring him back before and actually put him on the show, but actually having him walk out like as a surprise, that works as well. So yeah, I definitely think there's a chance of that. I could see Seth beating Finn and then Drew attacking, and that's going to be his next challenge. And maybe we get Seth versus Drew at SummerSlam. Seth versus a heel Drew at SummerSlam. I can vibe with that. Amy Jobson said, this isn't Tinder. It's not Tinder. Honestly thought that it was, to be honest. I was hoping to meet the one. Right, we are about to go back. I found a good Undertaker figure on a stand when I was visiting my family, said Cynthia. It was at a place that I always love going to when I visit family. SmackDown has got less viewers than Impact. Is everything all right, Tim? Are you all right, mate? I'm sorry if I'm starting trouble. You're all right, Josh. Sit back, relax, enjoy the wrestling. Right, we are back from commercial break. Paulie said, I can't help. I think Pretty Deadly will be champions soon. Where are they from? England. They're from England, yeah. We're just seeing moments ago the brawl between Seth and Finn. 15 minutes, and then we'll be at the halftime scores. Nicole said, this isn't Tinder. I know. Carmelo Hayes takes on Finn Balor tonight. Carmelo to face Balor tonight as a result of him getting involved in that little confrontation. It's interesting. Ciampa. Miz attacking him from behind. So, Miz attacking Ciampa. Chucking him into the barricades. Ciampa getting chucked edge of the ring. Oh, imagine if he gets injured again. Again, Ciampa being hurled, boot to the head. It's pretty brutal, this is, by The Miz. Tiny balls, chants by the crowds. So, Miz and Ciampa brawling around the ringside area. Miz patting himself on the back. Shots coming in by The Miz. Miz walking away. I don't think we're getting the match. Again, the crowd chanting, tiny ball, skull crushing. Connects. Skull crushing connects. Look how red Tommaso's head is. You can see like the veins. Look. Oh, man. He looks like a testicle. He looks like a testicle. It's like a testicle on a body. Oh my God. I don't know how I feel. How ironic that the crowd were chanting tiny balls. When in actual fact, he just made Tommaso's head look like a testicle. Right, we're backstage with Imperium, Sami and Kevin. At least we've got a reason to be here. Who's that woman in the background? She looks freaky, doesn't she? What's that woman doing? There's just a woman that's standing there in the background. I don't think she's planted, but I don't know what she's meant to be doing. What is she doing? What is the woman doing? Can you see the woman? You see the woman? There's a picture. Oh, she's freaking me out, man. I could see people talking about her. I don't think she's planted. I don't think she's there for like any kind of Bray reason. But she looks freaky. Sami, be my guest. So, Sami said, how about you and me one-on-one tonight? Oh, man, Sami against Gunther tonight. That'll be sick. Ghost woman in the back. Yeah, ghost woman. I sense a video coming. Nah. Because there's not anything really there to talk about apart from look at this spooky woman. You know, if there was a QR code or something that was a bit more tangible, something that I could have a bit more confidence that she was actually meant to represent something. In a heartbeat, I'd do something, but what can I say in a video apart from, have you seen this woman? Look how scary this woman is. Ah, scary woman. I think Rhea's got changed as well, hasn't she? She wasn't wearing that earlier, was she? Has she changed? Oh, God, I can't cope with everything that's going on. I might have an image of Scary Woman for those that aren't watching live. Who is going to face Dominik Mysterio? That's the question. Who is going to face Dom Dom? Who's going to face Dom Som? Next to her was a picture, and I couldn't make out what the picture was. WWE on BT Sports. There she is. Look, just doing what? Just standing there. But there's nothing, you know, if there was like a 6 on her back, or, you know, there's nothing that I can necessarily say, you know, that, oh my God, I think this is a thing because of this. It's literally just her standing there. There was a picture that was kind of propped up. So this trunk thing was open. And she was standing there, and a bit further down, there was like a picture of someone. I'm going to see if I've got... Oh, I do. Can I do something with that? I've got another image that's got the picture that I'm talking about. I'm going to see if I can bring that over. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. I can't watch Raw, so I don't know what she looks like. None of us knows what she looks like. We could only see her from behind. Yeah, look, this is what I was talking about. So she's standing there, but next to her, propped up, is a picture. Can you see that picture? What's that about? What's that about? She might be, I mean, she might literally just work for, like, the special effects department, because I'm fairly certain those trunks are special effects. And they're special effects trunks. Just sort of weird that she was just weird. She couldn't walk around days. She was on charge. She was charging up, was she? Hello. Welcome to Monday Night Raw. She's a new superstar. Oh my God. It's all AI now. The first AI wrestlers are coming. I am WrestleBot. Oh, the future. Yeah, it's probably nothing. It must be Bray. It's just a random worker, says the Beach Kevin. Could be right. Freaky, though. Back from commercial. She must be feeling oozy. Febin said, Dave's thoughts on Ray's wife, saying everyone knows Ray as the master of the 619, but she sees him as the master of 69. Did she say that? I didn't see her say that, but then saying that, I don't follow her on social media, so that has not reached me. Okay, who's going to face Domsom? As we're heading towards Money in the Bank. Charbots. That's probably Nikki Cross. She looked a bit tall to be Nikki. It is Akira Tozawa. Okay, Akira Tozawa's making his way down. I mean, can Dominik even beat Akira Tozawa? Tozawa, Dom's like, I've got this. What if he doesn't? Akira Tozawa getting into the ring. Man, can you imagine when he rocked up to Raw and he's like, grabs his normal chair in catering, and they're like, Akira, have you looked at the match cards? He's like, no. I'm like, you've got a match? I bet he just started crying. I bet he literally just broke down and started crying. So, Akira Tozawa against Dominik Mysterio. I think Tozawa has got a higher overall rating in 2K23. Imagine that woman going home, scrolling through Twitter to find out she's trending. It really wouldn't surprise me if people were talking about her, because WWE have sort of conditioned us to look in the background of those types of moments. And, I feel like Bray's going to come back. I feel like he'll come back SummerSlam is what I'm looking at. SummerSlam's, we don't know what's wrong, but, that's a long time that he's been out. We haven't seen him since February. So, SummerSlam, I could see, it's a massive show. I could see him returning there. So, if we started putting some seeds in now, just some little things to build towards SummerSlam, that really would not surprise me. It really, really wouldn't surprise me. But it is true. She was stood there. There seemed to be like a photo that was next to her. She wasn't moving. The thing that was the reason why I was so fixated, was she wasn't even doing moving that there. She was literally just standing. That's all she was doing. Just standing. Wasn't moving it at all. Wasn't seeing her arms move or doing anything like that. She was literally just like that. And it was just weird. It's just weird. Dominik's picked up the win, but without anything to really talk about. It is nothing more than just, as was said earlier, potentially just a worker. Just a worker, maybe killing some time. It's like, I can't be bothered today. I'm just going to go and stand by this box for half an hour. I'll stand by this box. Hopefully no one notices. And then they went and did a promo in front of her. Dom picks up the win. Akira was a little distracted by Rhea, but the gods haven't spoken to me. That's because you keep losing. The gods haven't spoken to me. The gods have fallen out with Valhalla. They haven't spoke to her in weeks. The gods have fallen out with her. Oh my God. Yeah, done. Oh. Here's Trish. Trish and Zoe. Really like Zoe. Is this going to be the summit? Yeah, it is Women's Summit. It's time. It's half time. Let's go. Let's go. Aubrey Edwards said, thank you, Trish. Legend Killer says Trish. WWE fan says Trish. Halftime scores, everybody, it's the halftime scores. I really want to know your halftime scores. Put it in the chat. Halftime scores, everybody, it's the halftime scores. Are you happy? It's the halftime scores. Are you happy or you sad? Halftime scores, everybody, it's the halftime scores. I should get that recorded. If I got it recorded, I could just press play then. Just sit here like this. Bebin said, what if that woman is Katie Vick? It is time. It's time to revisit that story. We need to revisit that story because we might be able to save it. It's regarded as the worst story that WWE ever told. What if we can somehow go full circle and save it? Make it a really good story now. You're right. That was Katie Vick. It's going to be a wild few months, man. Right. The Beach Kevin said 7.6. Samuel said 6.5. J-Bone said 7. Splash XC2 Wild said 6. Anna says 5. Robert says, thank you, Trish. Tim said 10 out of 10. No Bray as always. Seth Freakin' Rollins said 8.5. 1 Minute Wrestler said 7. Paulie said this show gets a 9. 6. Kappa said 6. Easy mode. Elshawn said 6.5, and I'm happy. Deadman Talking 5. Josh Sales 9.5. Arborus says 8. It's good for a go home. It was Linda. It's not Linda. Oh no, listen. No one knows the back of Linda's head better than me. LB said it's obvious the woman is Auntie Howdy. Let's go. Let's go. Or maybe it's Uncle Howdy. Just, you know, experimenting. J-Bone said Dom should beat Cody by interference from a returning Brock to continue the feud and give Dom a big win and Cody have his hard times storyline. Let Him In said 6. LB said 5.5. Jalen said 3.4. Marty said 7. George Vlog said the episode hasn't been terrible. Matt says, pa ha 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 ha. Zoom Station said 3+. Paulie, your show gets 9, Raw gets 6.5. Paulie, shout out to you. Mr. Quake said, I'm happy that Tozawa won. Sure. Dizzledog said, I love that Trish is having a legit run in WWE and not just a Rumble appearance. Sean said, now it's a 10. Damien said 6. Ovian said 4. Soli said 3.5. Wrestle with Andy said, I wouldn't be surprised to see Trish win Money in the Bank. Richard said Zoe Stark is unhinged and she punched Becky Lynch. Stanton said 8.6. JB said 4.5. Maggie said, Days putting you out of your misery. It is me. I thought Roman was on this week. Well, he was until he heard that you was around in some spooky white attire. And he changed plans. Ledge Killer with 6. Matt says, that was for the back of the head comment. I'm being a 39-year-old child, says Matt. Right, here's Becky. Time. Big time. Making her way down. Oh, we don't get that now, do we? Samantha doesn't do big time, does she? Big time. Oh, the other women have just come in during the break, have they? Oh, sucks to be them. So, Io in the ring, Bailey in the ring, Zelina in the ring, Trish in the ring, Zoe in the ring, Corey Graves in the ring. Big time in the ring. They're not up ladders. This is such a win for the world. Normally, they put all the participants up ladders. We're not idiots, says Bailey. We know how this works. I've won one of these before. I'm the only woman in this match that has won a Money in the Bank. I've probably got the biggest chance of winning, and EO doesn't look impressed with that comment. May the best woman win. We got Becky Lynch. Someone who I respect. She's done it all except win Money in the Bank. We got Zoe the groupie. Trish. Booze for Trish. A legend. A legend that has never even been in a ladder match. Zelina calls herself the future Miss Money in the Bank. She's got a flip-flop again. I love these flip-flops. I mean, it's not quite Hacksaw Jim Duggan's 2x4, is it? It's not quite Jake the Snake's Damien. You're a bigger idiot than you look. A lot of bickering. A lot of arguing. What I see is a bunch of little girls, says Trish, and we've got Becky Chance. Becky Chance from the crowd. It's clear why you guys needed me to save the women's division. Women's division. Isn't it women's division? Winning is what I do, says Trish. Zelina won't win because she's 2 foot tall, says Tim. Hang on, Days. The chachalita is a powerful weapon in the Hispanic household. Yeah, but we're not in a Hispanic household, are we? We're in the WWE. I mean, I'm sure it is a powerful weapon for disciplining a child. Let me ask you this. When all is said and done, will you be man enough? See what she did there. To say thank you, Trish. Well, Becky doesn't even get a chance to answer as Zoe and Trish start unloading on Becky. Damage control start beating up on Zelina. Trish gets thrown out the ring by Becky. Zoe gets chucked over the top. Zoe went hard over the top. Now we've got Bayley unloading on Becky. We got Io unloading on Becky. Big brawl. Ah, she just flip-flopped her. Bayley over by the ropes. Shot coming in by Zelina. Into the ladder goes Bayley. Knee strike by Zelina. Bayley goes to the outside. Drop kick by Io. Zelina goes to the outside. Io and Becky. Becky scooping up Io. Io landing on her feet on the outside. That was pretty sick. Io is moonsaulting. Oof. Io It means that Becky's in the ring on her own. So we get a big brawl. Becky climbs the ladder. Gives a kiss to the Money in the Bank briefcase. She unhooks it. And Becky Lynch stands tall. I don't think you can really read too much into... I mean, historically, I would say, well, that no way she wins now. Historically, if you look good on the go home, that meant you were losing at the pay-per-view. It doesn't really work that way anymore. So I can't really say that means anything. I seem to remember Liv looking quite good on the go home last year. And then she ended up winning it as well. Catherine Kelly. Here's Carmelo. Here's him. Him is here. How you feeling? When are you doing predictions are on the channel already, but did a little short. I do them as shorts now. To the point. You know me, I love waffling. Can you believe I make short videos? Doesn't really compute, does it? You'd imagine all of my videos would be an hour long. He's got a chain that says Born Ready. Sometimes. Sometimes you got to take shots to make shots. Right, here we go. The Ring General. I wish this was a pay-per-view. Gunther against Sami. Oh. The Kaiser. I love how she says that. Oh, she started saying the Ring General. Gunther making his way to the ring then. Gunther against Sami Zayn. Oh, man, what a match. What a match. Let's get all other people away from ringside. Let's give them the rest of Raw. And let's just eat. Let's just eat. We're going to eat good. We're going to eat good. Alundra Blaze and Trish Stratus. Oh, I'm so watching that. Alundra Blaze and Trish Stratus are on Most Wanted Treasures this weekend. Cool. Damage Control are going to implode at Money in Bank, says LB. This show is long. Feels like I've been here for 4 hours, says Tim. That's when you know you're having fun. The Ring General. Yeah, she always puts a bit of flair on stuff. So to hear her say the Ring General. The Ring General. Why it's so abrupt? Light Day should stop everything and say hi with 748 other people. Chammering, is that a word? Chammering. Read an article that LA Knight and Io Sky will win. It also said the men's winner will successfully cash in this year and that the women's winner will not. What title does LA Knight go after? I don't know that he will win. I think he's one of the favorites, but I think there's a few in the running. If he does win, I think they've made noises about mid-card belts. So I think some of it might come down to if the fans continue to freak out when he comes out. And how is that translate into merch sales? How is that translate into YouTube views and all that kind of stuff? I mean, I think if WWE just cannot ignore what's, you know, the crowd are seemingly requesting, just like with Daniel Bryan in 2014, then who knows? Maybe it will be a Seth's belt. He won't be the one that beats Roman. They're not going to have Roman's title reign end with a cash in. Plus, also LA Knight's a heel and Roman's a heel, so it would have to be like Seth's title at best. But to be honest, they've made noises about mid-card belts, haven't they? They've made noises about mid-card belts, so mentally prepare yourself for it being a flipping United States title or an Intercontinental title. LA Knight will win, and he'll win the World Heavyweight Championship at SummerSlam. It's a fact, says Brony. LA Knight beating Rey clean was big. WWE are pushing him, said Justin. So far, what is your 2023 match of the year? Mine is Ospreay. I enjoyed that so much. I might agree, to be honest. I might agree. I really like Rhea and Charlotte from WrestleMania. Really enjoyed that. I really enjoyed Kenny and Ospreay from Wrestle Kingdom. I mean, the Gunther triple threat was really, really good as well. But, yeah, I think I would be going Wrestle Kingdom. I think probably the Omega Ospreay match is the favorite. I'm trying to think if there's anything like really glaringly obvious that I'm forgetting that's like a bona fide match of the year contender. I mean, I was loving Roman Cody, but the ending ruins it for me. Sami and Kevin against Usos was really good as well. But yeah, I think I'd agree with you. Ledge Killer says, we are back from commercial break. Kenny said, boring Raw. Is a boring Raw this leading up to Money in the Bank? It is a go home, yes. Right, we're backstage with Rhea and Becky. What's this? What's going on? Better hope you don't win that briefcase. If you think of cashing it in on me, it'll be the last thing you ever do. I don't need that title. That title needs me. Okay, so Rhea tells Becky if she wins, she better not cash in on her. Okay. Ba-da-ba-dum-ba-dum. That painting, the wall that they've painted backstage, that's cool, isn't it? They've painted a Monday Night Raw thing on the wall in the arena, and they've painted like some of the wrestlers, like Seth and Becky and Cody. They look fun. Ba-dum-bum-ba-bum. Right. My favorite match is the Sami against Roman at Elimination Chamber. Yeah, that was brilliant as well, Hayden. Yeah. Ending made me sad. But it was a brilliant match. That's a great shout, actually. That's a really great shout. That's a really great shout. I wonder if that would be my WWE match of the year. I still think Rhea Charlotte's right up there for me. And Sami Kevin Usos. Are you going to SmackDown or Money in the Bank? No, I am in London for Wrestling Shop Live. If you are around in London on Thursday or Friday, I will be at Waterloo Station. That sounds weird, but there is a shopping centre there, and there is a pop-up shop that's D'Lo Brown is going to be there. You know D'Lo. You know D'Lo Brown. You know D'Lo, 4-time European champion, 1-time Intercontinental champion. You know D'Lo. It's going to be there. And Mattel are going to be there showing off new figures. I don't think they've got loads because it is quite close to San Diego Comic-Con, but I'm expecting a few. Well, they've said they're going to bring a few new things to show off, so it's going to be fun. And I'll be there as well. So I'm doing that, and then I'm getting back so I can do Money in the Bank on Saturday. Right, let's go. This is Gunther and Sami. This is a dream match, to be honest. A genuine dream match. Crowd are olaying away. Gunther in control. Getting up to his feet. So the match has been made between him and Riddle. Against the ropes goes Gunther. Over the top. Oh, arm drag by Sami. Sami arm dragging Gunther. Gunther with a knee to the midsection of Sami. Sami goes back in the corner. Right, we've got Sami going over to the other side. It's Gunther that's in control. Goes for a big chop as Sami moves out the way. Big shots coming in there by Sami. Sami trying to get Gunther over to the other side. Sami goes in the corner. Gunther charges over. Back elbow by Sami. Sami with Gunther smashing him face first in the corner. Sami going up. Sami looking to throw a few shots in, but is looking up the entranceway. Is it going to be... Oh, Giovanni Vinci. Giovanni Vinci is making his way down. I thought it was going to be pretty deadly. Giovanni Vinci making his way down, and that just momentarily distracts Sami. No, he's on his crutches. Look, he's come down to check out the Ring General. I just joined. What is a summit? Is it a match? No, it's nothing. It's just a conference. It's a conference call. That's all it is. It was just all the women in the ring that are going to be in Money in the Bank bickering and then a brawl. What if Nikita Koloff comes back as an advisor for Gunther? I don't think he is... I don't actually know what kind of health he's in at the moment. Don't think... you could probably do a little something, like a little one-off segment, but I don't think you'd be able to do like a regular thing. Do you remember when... It's gone. It's gone. Just joined House Raw. It's a go home. It's a go home. Although we do have Gunther and Sami Zayn right now, so there is always that. That is a thing that we're enjoying right now. But we are at commercial break as well. Do you remember Hell in a Cell match in the Thunderdome on Raw? A Hell in the Cell match, Thunderdome on Raw. Was that Roman J? No, that wasn't on Raw. No, I don't. Who was in that? Who was in that? Who? When did we do a Hell in a Cell on Raw? During the Thunderdome? I'm going through a list of names and like, was it Drew Sheamus? I remember us doing a fight all around the Thunderdome. Don't remember us being in... I don't think we did a Hell in a Cell with Drew and Sheamus. I'm trying to think, was it the Usos? And like, someone? Like New Day, probably. They were always flipping feuding. But I can't remember. It was Xavier Woods and Lashley. Oh my God. No, I never would have got that. Never would have got that. Xavier Woods and Lashley had a Hell in a Cell match on Raw. I mean, we would have done the watch along for that. No. Got no memory of that whatsoever. Got no memory of that. I mean, in all fairness, it happened during the Thunderdome. I mean, I can't think of a single moment during the Thunderdome that my brain would want to save. So I think what I've done is I've just deleted the files. I've moved the mouse over to late 2020, 2021, and I've just gone delete. That's fun, that is. I like that. It does make me want to search that out and watch it. You know, I won't, but, you know, it does make me want to. I saw the scary lady in the background when Becky was walking, says Wilds. Did you? What was she doing in the background of then? Was she just standing there again? Was she just standing there? What was she doing? What do you mean you saw her in the background again? Dude, what do you mean? Elbows coming in by Gunther. I want to have a look. I've got Becky and Rhea segment, but I'm guessing it was right at the start of it. And sadly, these clips don't seem to be right at the start. The annoying thing is that it was at the same time as the great image in the background, so I was looking at that. That's interesting. I'll tell you, though, I don't think anyone's picked up on it, because I am on Twitter and no one's talking about that woman. Gunther. You can slap him in the chest real hard. What are you looking at? So, Gunther unloading on Sami, looking out at Kevin. That's good. That's interesting, that is, but I want to go back and have a look. Because if she's going to be popping up in the background and she's going to be like a thing that we see, it just adds even more intrigue to it, doesn't it? But seemingly no one on social media has picked up on that. We got Gunther in the corner with Sami. I'll have to track it down and see. Clubbing blows by Sami on Gunther. Days and nor should they. Roman rocks. Every woman is scary, says James. Fact. Okay, so we've got a real little battle going on here. There is a lot of moving parts, though. Kevin shouting on the outside. Obviously, Giovanni Vinci coming down. But at least they're giving these two some time to work. Shots being exchanged by both guys. Uppercut coming in there by Gunther. Clothesline by Sami. And again, trying to get Gunther down. Already seen enough in this match to know that these two would put on a banger at a pay-per-view. Oh, man. Sami bouncing off the ropes. Going over the head of Gunther. Picking him up. Looking for a Blue Thunder bomb. Oh, he gets caught, though. Sleeper applied. And that's a big weight as well. That's a big weight that Sami's got on him. He's going to really struggle. I can't see him tapping. Can't see Sami tapping. He's down. He's got Gunther on him. Sami desperately trying to get over to the ropes. He's getting up on his feet. Is he going to make it? He's up. He's picking him up. Blue Thunder Bomb! Blue Thunder! Shoulder up. Wow. Blue Thunder Bomb. This is, for me, the highlight of Raw. This is... it's a match that doesn't even mean anything, but it is a legit dream match to see these two in there against each other. They're getting time. They're having a nice little contest as well. Blue Thunder Bomb, you know, Gunther's never been beaten, pinned one-on-one on the main roster. So, I mean, if he was to lose this, it would be significant with a capital S. I don't see him losing it, though. But Sami goes up. Chop! 1, 2. Oh, kick out by Sami. Gunther driving the knee into Sami, going up top. Sami down in the ring. Gunther, big splash. Huge splash. 2. Oh! Kick out by Sami. That really felt like it was it. Oh, now Kevin's getting involved. Man, I don't care if Vince is in Gorilla. I don't care if Ari Emanuel's in Gorilla. I don't care if it's Triple H, Bruce Pritchard. I don't care if it's the ghost of flipping Abraham Lincoln. They have got to give us this match at pay-per-view. They cannot have watched this match and not been, like, really impressed with it. Looking for a exploder into the corner. Sami going over, looking for the haluva. The match continues, though. Now, someone's involving Giovanni with the crutch. Giovanni. Ah! Sami with the crutch. Gunther. Powerbomb. 1, 2, 3. Giovanni with the crutch. Helps Gunther win, doesn't he? Tell you what, Sami might have had his number there. Sami might have had his number. He might have had him beat. Don't know. I mean, now Kevin jumping on Gunther. Sami beaten by the ring general. Here's Riddle. Riddle's coming down. Oh, it's all happening. Riddle's hobbling down to the ring after what happened earlier. Absolutely wallops Giovanni. Giovanni goes down. Riddle getting in the ring. Wallops Ludwig Kaiser. And now he's trying to wallop. Stunner to Kaiser. Well, Imperium pick up the win, but momentum is very much not with Imperium, even though they got the win there. That was fun. That was fun. Fun fact, El Generico beat Big Van Volta in 2012 for the XPW World title. Ooh. That is exciting. I didn't know he was called Big Van Volta. NXT champ is him. He is him. Carmelo Hayes. 54 minutes left to go. There's greatness, and then there's Carmelo Hayes. Cheat. Name a dream match, a match type, wrestlers, arena, pay-per-view, title match or not. Name a dream match, match type, wrestlers, arena, pay-per-view, title match or not. I don't know what you mean. Gunther should have squashed him. Jabroni Bubba, says Tim. Carmelo video clip. Yes. Carmelo match coming up. So Carmelo against Finn is what we've got now. Carmelo, of course, getting involved earlier in the show. Here's Finn making his way down. How was Jinder's title run? Was it great or not? Imagine if Jinder could challenge for the WWE World titles. Would he dethrone Roman? No, he wouldn't. His title reign was seen as disappointing by most fans. He was really someone that just came out of nowhere to win the title. And the truth is, he got it because WWE were interested in growing in India. So putting the belt on someone of Indian descent obviously would allow them to make some moves in India. So it was not because he was the right person, if you will. He wasn't the next Roman. He wasn't like, the next Cena or anything. It was just, to be honest, if he didn't have that Indian descent, he wouldn't have been champion. So, it's funny because I remember doing a video where I said, he'd been on Talking Smack and he'd done a great promo. There's a promo that Jinder does on Talking Smack where he is so passionate and so intense that, I was really impressed with it. I mean, you just weren't seeing, Jinder getting an opportunity to, very much like now. He's not really getting much in the way. I mean, he's down in NXT now. So you just weren't seeing him, get much opportunity to talk or do much. And so on Talking Smack, they gave him this opportunity. He was great. It was a brilliant promo. And it's funny, I remember saying in this video, they should give him a go. I don't know that I said, they should give him the world title, but it's we got to do something with Jinder. We've got to do something. This guy, he's too good to just sit on the sidelines. His promo was really good. And he'd got a great physique as well. For the longest time, his physique was just, so-so. But he came back and he was shredded and he looked really good. So, I mean, he had a decent look. He could cut decent promos. There wasn't really much in the way of match quality that I think was really grabbing anyone. But, he sort of went from just not really doing a great deal to all of a sudden, becoming champion. And, the fans hadn't really been on any sort of journey with him. And it felt a bit hollow. Let's put it that way. Felt a bit hollow. I was willing to give him the chance. I thought it was kind of interesting. I knew why they were doing it, but I thought it was interesting that we were doing something a little different in the sense of Jinder had just come out of nowhere to become world champion. And whilst he was champion, we tried a Punjabi prison against Randy Orton, which, to be honest, that's not a match we tend to get. So to get another one, I was like, okay, yeah, let's go. I'm down for this, something different. But people don't really like the Punjabi prison match. It's not really a match that I feel like if you do one, you can do one every, say, 5 years. And people will be excited because you just don't see them. And the structure is really impressive. But really, when you actually watch the match itself, it's, it's no different to a Hell in a Cell. It's no different to a cage. Well, Hell in a Cell is a very good comparison. It's no real different to a cage match. It's just the structure looks cool. So I was willing to give it a chance. But then he loses the belt to AJ in Manchester. And I think it wasn't too long after the Manchester attacks. So I don't know if that was actually WWE's way of just giving back something to Manchester after what they'd been through with the terrorist attack. And so that's how it ended. And we've never gone back to Jinder. He's just slowly fallen down the card. So you can't really say that it worked, to be honest. There is a massive hunger for WWE in India, though. And we've got like Indashia coming through, of course, with Jinder. They're on... Oh, they got called up, didn't they? They're on the main roster now. So they're on the main roster now, so they might get somewhere. There was quite a few Indian stars that came in. They didn't really do a great deal, and a fair few of them have been released, but I feel like the future for Indian wrestlers is looking probably as good as ever. Probably as good as ever. So, yeah, I'd like to see us make some more movement with India. It's a big market. We need to get over there. We need to do shows over there. But, yeah, I can't say that his title reign is, like, really fondly looked at. We've got Alpha Academy. We've got Maxine putting in some work. We've got Chad. Every time that witch has come after me, I've destroyed her, says Maxine. I'm so ready for whatever she brings next. Otis, what's the plan? Pure carnage. That's the plan. Thank you. Right, so Alpha Academy just sending a warning to the Viking Raiders. Alpha Academy, Viking Raiders is main event tonight, says Fred. Just seeing Rhea Ripley destroying Natalia last week. Yeah, I forgot about that. The bell never sounded. I realise that some fans are hypocrites, says Mr. Quake. Expand. We're backstage with Kathy Kelly. Finn wins, says Richard. Right, as Liv said, do you think Mercedes Moné against Mandy Rose in Extreme Rules? Well, I mean, neither of them are in WWE at the moment, so... I think Mercedes could come back. I don't know about Mandy now. I think WWE would bring Sasha back. Here's Natalia. I've been broken. I've been down. I'm still here. What are we doing with Natalia? She wants Rhea next week. Don't know. I don't know I don't know quite where we're going with this Natalia thing. She's like, no one can erase what I've achieved. I'm still here. I'm still standing. But she seems to be really struggling with, like, where she is on the card and how things are going. Which, in all fairness, I mean, she's jobbed for a long time now. Chad is giving us modern day Bill Alfonso. It's a dream match. How has she done? Justin, few women's tag titles based on Hart's name, says Mr. Quake. Justin says Natalia should be added to the women's Money in the Bank. Maybe it's Natalia's comeback story, said David. Maybe. I mean, I do think we need to build her back up a bit because she is a legend. She's won more matches than any other female in WWE history. It's probably true she's also lost more than any other female, but she has done so much in WWE. She's like a workhorse. She's a workhorse, you know. You need her on Total Divas, no problem. Total Divas. You need her to be like a valet for a tag team, no problem. When she came in, she did that with the Hart Dynasty. You need her to be a women's champion, no problem. Can do that for you. You need her to train some people, no problem. Can do that for you. So she trains people. You need me to like put people over on the main roster, and yeah, no problem. I'll do that for you. Need me to like help work with Ronda, get her up to no problem. I'll do that for you. You need me to be in a tag team with Shayna Baszler or whatever to plug a gap. Yep, no, I'll do that for you. Like, she's just always there to do what needs to be done. She is highly skilled. Obviously, a heart. She's a legend. She's a Hall of Famer. She's a bona fide Hall of Famer. But she has given so much that we haven't left anything for her. Like, she's in the eyes of the fans, she's just a jobber. In the eyes of the fans, she's just pretty useless. But that's not her fault. That's because she's done what they've asked her to do. But what they've asked her to do is like put others over. Even though she has been in WWE for quite a while and she's done loads. This part of her career is really, when people arrive from NXT and they, are trying to test as to where they are, they'll put her in there with Natalia. Just like for the guys, they'll put the guys in there with Dolph. So yeah, if we're gonna give her a little something back now, I'm really here for that. I'm really here for giving her something back. I would hate for her career to end and for people's impression of her to be like, she was never really that great. I think that's a shame. She certainly was not Charlotte. She certainly wasn't main event in like WrestleManias and stuff like that. But oh man, if you was building a roster, you'd want Natalia on your roster. Just that versatility, that ability to go out there and cut a promo, do a match, do some training, be in a tag team, be in a faction, be in a valet, be in a reality show. Just do whatever needs to be done. Very, very overlooked, very underrated, underappreciated. Plus, I met her and she was lovely. Fact. Right, we are at commercial break. We got 40 minutes to go. So, Carmelo against Finn just starting up. And when we go back, we'll be rejoining that. Did anyone see? Have we had the collision numbers? I haven't seen the collision. I wondered what collision was because obviously first week collision numbers were going to be good, but it was in Chicago. It was Punk coming back. It was the first one. Blah 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 blah. I just wondered what this week's collision numbers, because I expect it to drop, but where does it drop to? 800,000, but where does it drop to? I think, if it only drops to say 750, I think you got to take that as a really good result. But if it's going to drop to like 600 or maybe 500 and something, that's 500 and something, that wouldn't be a good result. Collision rating. Nothing jumping out. Seeing how the women's tag division hasn't been great, I do see Mercedes and Trinity's point in how they reacted. Thoughts? No. There's no excuse for them to walk out. I've said before, like contracts, I understand like them getting frustrated, but that frustration shouldn't result in walking out when you've got a contract. So I can't agree with them walking out. I completely disagree with WWE releasing superstars when they're under contract. I really think contracts should be honored from all sides. If you've got a contract, then you see that contract out. And same for WWE. If someone's got a contract, you can't... I don't want to hear this stupid budget cuts. You see the contract out. So I sort of think like them walking out like because they were getting a like bit frustrated. I mean, it's crazy as well because apparently they were going to be put in title matches, weren't they? They were both going to be used to go up against Bianca and Charlotte or someone, whoever the two champs were. But they wanted to do their own thing. They wanted to build up the women's tag belts. Well, that's not what they're employed to do. They're not employed to tell the stories they want to tell. They're employed to tell the stories that WWE want to tell. So I have to completely disagree. The people making the decisions make the decisions for a reason. And I think I understand the argument of like, well, no one's going to be interested in the women's tag belts unless you really showcase the women's tag belts, unless you give them something to care about. My counter argument would be the flipping champions at the time were Sasha Banks and Naomi, right? You can't say that WWE don't care about the women's tag belts when the champions at the time was Sasha Banks and Naomi. Like, those are some of their biggest stars. Sasha in particular is right up there with the biggest female stars. If those tag belts were just being put on Aaliyah and Xia Li, right, and people of that caliber, then I could see there being an argument. But I mean, Sasha and Naomi won the belts at WrestleMania. They defended against Rhea and Liv. It was Sasha and Naomi against Rhea and Liv on the Raw after WrestleMania. I mean, you've got to remember, from the moment they win them in April to the moment they walk out, which is like, what, mid-May? We're only talking about 6 weeks. It must only be a 6-week period. How frustrated must you be to win the titles at WrestleMania and then walk out 6 weeks later? I think there was more going on, to be honest. I think that clearly these were frustrations that had been building up over a longer period of time. And I think, them not getting what they wanted in regards to feeling that the belts could main event Raw or be even more prestigious than what they were being presented. That was like the final straw. So I just don't agree. Super kick by Carmelo. Carmelo springboarding off and DDT and Finn. What wrestler would you make into a faction? I don't think that... JD McDonough seems right there to go into Judgment Day. I think you could probably look at a women's faction. You could look at someone like Xia Li that's just not doing anything, and Lacey's not doing much. I mean, I do like the idea of Lacey having some recruits. I like that. Xia Li is just lost. She could do with a faction or do with something. And there's not really any women's factions apart from Damage Control. So I definitely look at that. For the men, I think there's loads of factions for the men. So I would look at, say, JD going into, say, Judgment Day. But I don't know that there's a load of people milling around that I would shove together. I mean, maybe you could do Rick Boogs and Marseille and Mansoir and move away from Maximum Male Models and do something different with those guys. Balor gets the pin and the win with a coup de grace. So Balor with coup de grace beats Carmelo. How about adding Piper Niven into damage control, says James. Yeah, don't mind. You don't really have like a big powerhouse in that group. You don't have a Rhea or you don't have like a Piper Niven because EO's small and Dakota's quite thin and there's not really much to Dakota. There isn't really that powerhouse. So putting like a powerhouse person in, like a Piper or Rhea, if she wasn't as, far down the road as what she is, or a Raquel. Ah, the dog. Pharaoh. So Cody and his dog are backstage. Love these chats. What if Dom did something with the dog? Damian Priest is walking into Money in the Bank with bruises on his ego. I wish I could sit out in the WWE universe and boo him myself. Dom's not going to have Rhea Ripley. He won't have Finn Balor. He won't have Damian Priest. So we'll find out what he does have. There we go. Bloodline Civil War coming up next. We'll find out what Dom does have. Do you think Io should win Money in the Bank? Yeah. Well, I don't know that she should win. I think she's fine to win. But if they did give it to Trish, there's a story that you can tell there. If they gave it to Bayley, there's a story you could tell there. If they gave it to Becky, there's a story you could tell there. To be honest, if they gave it to Zelina, the fact that she's in the LWO and we're trying to do something with those guys. She's had a title shot and it didn't go her way. So could you make the LWO feel a bit more credible? I mean, what if Santos and Zelina both win? I mean, I really, really am not expecting that. But I think as long as there's a reason and you can justify it, if it could be a great night for the LWO. Could be a great night for Trish, and she could be like a legend that's got it, and she's had, this is her final. I can't imagine she'll have another run after this. I mean, she had a retirement match, didn't she, not long ago, a few years back, and so this is a run we wasn't expecting. So, I don't know, do you just put all the chips in, give her a final title run as well? Maybe you just go massive, go big. Maybe you give her someone else as well as Zoe Stark, So she's got Zoe and someone else that she can take under her wing. Give her the belt. Have her running stuff. You could totally go that way. But I think Io makes a lot of sense as well because Io, Dakota's out, injured. Damage Control is just not the faction it was as a result. They're not running stuff anymore. And there's division. You can put that briefcase on Io. It's going to cause tension with Bayley. Eventually, we're going to get the match. Then Dakota can come back. She's going to have to pick sides. So, yeah, I think there's a few ways that you could go, but Io is the favorite. I feel like Trish wouldn't be back full-time and put in a match to not win it, says Wrestle with Andy. Dave, she's like a carpet. She just lies down and lets them walk all over her. It's not her fault, but she needs to speak up, says Maggie. Who's that? Natalia? Well, she might be doing exactly that now. She might be speaking up. They could reunite Team Kick, Dakota and Tegan, if they need a women's tag team. That'd be fun. Io should not win Money in the Bank. She's not champion material, in my opinion, says Jack. Well, she was a fairly long reigning NXT champion. I know that's the developmental and, different league. But certainly in NXT, she was very well received. So, I don't know. She doesn't speak English. That is a barrier. But I think her match quality is good. I mean, I was just watching her brawling with Becky, and I was thinking, man, that'll be a good singles match. Io Sky against Becky Lynch for the title. I mean, it'd be fun. And actually, look at how great Bianca and Io was at Backlash. That's a little, sleeper in regards to, a match that was really fun, really enjoyable. That was great. Crowd really made that, obviously, by kind of turning on Bianca. And Io getting the reaction that she was getting. But, I think she can deliver some really good matches. So, let's give it a go. Let's see. If it doesn't work and it crashes and burns, then, well, we haven't really lost much. Bring back Kairi Sane and have a faction with Io, Asuka, and Kairi. WWE AEW fans said this show has been average. Bembo said, I would like to see JD go to Judgment Day. And at SummerSlam, Finn gets a rematch against Seth. And it's revealed Judgment Day have got a new leader. And it's Bray Wyatt 6. Geordie said, do you think we have less stars? We had Triple H, Randy Cena, HBK, Taker, Kane, Edge, Hardys, Dudleys, Eddie, Mysterio, a lot more. Feels like we don't have as many at once now. Don't know. I think it's just a bit different now. I mean, now, you've got a lot of women. I mean, I'd make the argument that Becky and Charlotte would be in that conversation as being, big stars. But how do you... It's very difficult to know how you'd quantify big stars. Because, Charlotte went down to NXT and, we've seen people go down to NXT and the ratings not massively move. I mean, comparing a Charlotte to a Randy, it just doesn't really feel like it kind of is the same. But then Charlotte is a 14-time women's champion. She's someone that has main evented WrestleMania along with Becky and Ronda. So, I mean, I don't know. I think it's just a bit more different these days. I think these days the WWE brand does a lot of the lifting, if you will. People tune in to watch WWE, and you've got a lot more stars. I don't know if they're quite as big as the ones that you've just listed, but there's a lot of them. There's a lot. I mean, you've got your Becky, your Charlotte, AJ Styles, Seth Rollins, your Roman Reigns, your Usos, your Kevin Owens, your Sami Zayns. I feel like we could sit here and go down quite a healthy list of names that are people that I would consider top tier talent. Top talent. But I just, are they as big as your Kanes and your Mankinds and your Undertakers and whatever? Probably not. So I would say that we've got a lot of big names, a lot of big talent, but I don't think we've quite got them shining as bright as during the Attitude Era, because it's a different era now, But globally, I mean, WWE is being watched by more people around the globe than ever before. So internationally, you could make the argument that these stars are bigger stars. A lot of stars we acknowledge now, we just didn't see as big stars then, says Trini. WWE AEW fan said, I'd love to see Kairi Sane back in WWE. It's crazy. So many wrestlers now use super kicks so freely when HBK used it as a finisher. I watch your streams because I'm too lazy to watch Raw, says Rioters Live. For everything's been said about Randy recently in terms of recovery, do you think we see him at SummerSlam? Cameo in ring. I think it'd be a cameo. I think I think the road to him coming back is going to be a long one. And even when he's back, I don't know that we hit the ground running and that's it, you know. He's cleared. He's having singles matches and everything. I can see him being in a tag team. Maybe we reform RK Bro. If he comes back at SummerSlam, I mean, think about when Bayley came back. She came back at SummerSlam. She just did a little confrontation thing. Took a good, month or so before she had her first match back. She was with Damage Control, and so she was letting them do the wrestling. But by the time she was back, we was building towards that and again, think about that 6-person tag match at Clash at the Castle. So again, it wasn't until we got past that we started to use her in singles matches against Bianca for the title. So, I can see something similar. Bring Randy back. Keep him in tag matches, faction matches, whatever. And then, hopefully we can get some singles matches going. But I don't know when that would be. And certainly I don't think there would be a rush. It's not like we desperately need to get Randy back to do singles matches. But I think people would definitely like the opportunity to say thank you and goodbye on his terms, It's a serious injury, man. It's one of those injuries that many people just get told they're not going to come back from. Cody is making his way down. We got 20 minutes. So Cody and Damian Priest. Cody against Damian Priest. 20 minutes left to go. This is going to be our main event. Why do they always book NXT champ to lose clean on Raw? I don't know, actually. I mean, Carmelo lose is a bit of a weird one, isn't it? Don't know how much it makes you want to tune into NXT to see him competing, but Cody versus Damian. Right. But he needs to Nightmare Family with him so he can bring out Pharaoh, says Prince. Commercial break. What type of main event is this, says Tim? A go-home main event. Cody against Damian Priest should be good, said WWE AEW fan. Kenny said Kurt is the best wrestler. Could you see Gable Steveson being a Kurt Angle type? I think that no is the answer. I can't be just because I think Kurt he got it. He was a credible in-ring wrestler that had obviously can wrestle, and so can Gable Steveson. But I think Kurt had the right personality as well. I mean, do you remember those moments between him and Brock that were just so much fun? Like he had the right personality for professional wrestling. He got it. And there's no guarantee. I don't know what Gable Stevenson's personality is like, but his personality is going to have to be really outgoing and fun. And he's going to need to have a personality as well as being able to pick up the professional wrestling side of wrestling. So clearly he can go as an amateur, one of the best. But can he transition those skills into professional wrestling? Because Kurt was amazing at doing it. I mean, Kurt was special. He was special. And I think just because you've won an Olympic gold medal doesn't mean that you are going to be able to do all of those things. It means that you're an amazing amateur wrestler. But has he got the personality? Has he got the ability to pick up the professional wrestling side? Is he going to be as dedicated as well? You know? I mean, already he's been making noises about wanting to do the 2024 Olympics. So already it's like, is he fully in this, you know? I mean, Kurt was like a professional wrestler then, wasn't he? As soon as he went into professional wrestling, he was a professional wrestler. And even when he wasn't with WWE, he went off to a smaller company to continue to be a professional wrestler. Whereas, like, you know, with Gable Steveson, how long is he going to be around for? You know, is he going to get an offer from the UFC? Is he going to get an offer to become a trainer or something? I don't know. Is he going to do this for a few years and then want to, you know, do a podcast or something? I really don't know. So I think it's very difficult to say, is he the next Kurt Angle? I think it's really difficult because really the only similarity is the fact they're both Olympic gold medalists and they're both amateur wrestlers. Outside of that, there might be no similarities. They might have totally different personalities and he might not pick it up the same way that Kurt did. So there's a lot of excitement around Gable Steveson, but there's a lot of unknowns as well. So we'll have to see. I really hope he is. I mean, I'd love to have another Kurt Angle. Another Kurt Angle now would be very welcome. But, yeah, no guarantees. He's down in NXT at the moment, so we're actually getting our first glimpse of him. He rocked up last week on NXT and said that he would train Eddie Thorpe, who is going to be having a Raw Underground match on NXT. So he's gonna help train him because Eddie Thorpe's actually in a feud with Gable Stevenson's brother, Damon Kemp, who is also in NXT. So there's actually quite a bit going on in NXT in regards to Gable Steveson. So we might start to get a bit of an answer. I just watched the Women's Summit and I told my 8-year-old sister that Becky won. Love it. Very good. I've got Damian Priest winning Money in the Bank. I don't know how they would do the storyline though, says Alan. Well, there's been a lot of... You could have Finn beat Seth. You could have Damian Priest win Money in the Bank. And then you've got a great story where Finn is going to be paranoid and Damian Priest is reassuring him that he won't cash in. Eventually he does. That could be awesome. Equally, you could have Damian Priest win Money in the Bank and Finn be jealous because he wasn't able to beat Seth. And so now, like, he's nowhere near the title, whereas Damian Priest has got this opportunity. And there's been a bit of division between them, so you could go down that road as well. So there's a few things you could do. With the Bloodline story going, how do you think Cody not winning at Mania was the right decision? Do I think Cody not winning was the right decision? I think, to be honest, I think it would have worked either way. I think if Cody had won, it would have been fine. I think if Cody had lost, I think it's been fine. We spoke about it at length earlier. And the only issue I have is that I just think Roman needs to defend the belt more. Ideally every 30 days, but it's not something that I'm too worried about. I mean, if he defended the belt every month and a half or something like that, like, okay, fine. I could be all right with that. The 30-day thing is just like a real rough rule. But I think for him to defend at WrestleMania and then not defend again until, well, potentially SummerSlam, it's a bit of a stretch, that, isn't it? You know, I feel sorry for the SmackDown superstars. Like, I just feel sorry for him. Like, you want to see him defending that title. So yeah, I really, Cody having to, go through all of this to try and get back to a title shot means that when he does win it, it's going to feel like he put the work in to win it. It's going to feel like he didn't just get it first time of trying. And I think that is better, to be honest. I think that is better that he's having to work for it. So I think you could go either way. I know there was people that thought it was a horrific, it was a disaster, all that kind of stuff. But I think now that we're past it, I think it's all right. Roman got to the 1,000 days. He's actually also beaten Pedro Morales' record, so he's now the 5th longest WWE champion in history. Not only that, but obviously Cody is now having to work to try and get back to get another opportunity. He'll do it. He'll get there. I've no doubt that he'll be the first Rhodes to win a world title in WWE. But again, he's just having to work for it. It means that we can still look forward to that moment. I mean, that moment where he gets it and it's in his hands and he can look up at the heavens and everything. It's going to be such a powerful moment. Well, we've still got that coming. We can still enjoy that potentially next year at WrestleMania 40. And also, it means that we're still asking the question, who is the one that's going to beat Roman? If Cody had done it, that question would no longer be there, would it? Whereas now the conversation is still, who is going to be the one that beats Roman? And there's still a lot of intrigue around that. There's still a lot of mystery around that. I think it's going to be Cody, but many other people might think it's someone else, and it may turn out to be someone else. Rhea and Dominik have made their way down to the ring. Damian, no sign of Finn Balor. No sign of Finn Balor, just Rhea and Dominik. So Cody down as we go to commercial break. I think our last commercial break. We've got 12 minutes left to go. Brendan says 2023 Men's College World Series champions LSU Tigers. Kurt Angle got 3 black suns, says Mr. Quake. Sounds like a personal problem. Cody has failed to get over. Kurt's on another level. I'm just hoping WWE really do something with Gable, and he really wants it. I think you said Heyman with him would be great. Yeah, it was suggested earlier by someone about putting Heyman with him. I think if you was to do that, I'd want to see the Brock Heyman. I'd want to see the Advocate. Obviously not the Wise Man. I think the Wise Man works for Roman because Roman has already achieved a lot in WWE. So there's a reason for Heyman to be like, looking up at him so lovingly. And also, I think that Heyman's had a great respect for the Anoa'i family for a long time. Heyman will tell you he goes way back with the Anoa'i family. So I think there's a reason for him to act the way he acts, but it wouldn't really make much sense for him to act that way with Gable Steveson. So I think he'd have to go back to being the Advocate, which is absolutely fine because, to be honest, I think I prefer the Advocate rather than this sort of weird, pervy version of Paul that we've got, Even Sammy said the way you look at Roman sometimes. Bit weird. Bit weird. So, yeah, I'd be down for seeing them two together. The only problem is he's going to be, but this is a problem that he's going to have anyway, he's going to be compared to Brock. And Brock just killed it, didn't he? You couldn't do what Brock did, I think, any better than what Brock did it. When he was like the next big thing and he'd be like, coming down to the ring, destroying people. And it's just, and the way that he's just built. He's just built different. He's built different to Gable Steveson as well. Gable Steveson doesn't have that same size or definition. Like Brock is bigger than Gable Steveson. So, if you put advocate Paul Heyman with Gable Steveson and sort of book him a bit similar to the next big thing, Brock Lesnar, it may come across like a pale imitation. That would be my concern. I'd be like, is he just going to come across as like a not as good Brock if we go down that road? Do we need another new version of Paul? And do we need to do something a little different with Gable Steveson rather than going from the Brock Lesnar playbook? Because I don't want him to come across like a poor man's Brock Lesnar. Not my problem. I don't get paid enough to have to work that out. Good luck, WWE. MVP could be good with Gable, said Russ with Andy. Back from commercial break. Right. The Punisher of Judgment Day. Gable and Lio Rush, says Ray. There's definitely something in him and Heyman, or him and MVP, or I do think him with the manager makes a lot of sense. But I don't know how close we are to him, like, being full-time on the main roster. As we said, he's doing stuff down in NXT at the moment. And he wants to go to the Olympics, and last I heard, nothing's been decided by WWE on that. So he might even be going off to the Olympics. And if he is, then, you know, that's going to write him out of most of next year. The Olympics will be, summertime, so you'd probably be looking at, like, I don't know, September for us to get going with him. I mean, it could still be ages before we get Gable Steveson. Okay, Cody is going up. And chuck Damian Priest off the top. Heyman wants to bend Roman over and enter his forbidden door. Oh. How's your forbidden door, James? You was having trouble earlier, but everything's sorted now. These two exchanging blows in the ring. Jabs coming in by Cody, who was looking for the bionic elbow. Collides into Damian Priest. I heard he could go back to college wrestling in 23-24, says Ray. Oh, I didn't hear that. I heard about the Olympics. I didn't hear about the college wrestling again. These are just slight concerns for me because, like, I don't know, man. If WWE come knocking and you sign with WWE and they start bringing you out at WrestleMania and SummerSlam and parading you around as, like, you know, Olympic gold medalist, and I mean, you just sort of feel like you've made it, wouldn't you? Wouldn't you just feel like, yes, let's go? Instead, he's like, oh, I might go back to the Olympics. I might go back to college wrestling. I might, what? So, a little bit concerning, but okay, Cody colliding into Damian Priest, but Damian Priest moves out the way. Cody goes down. 1, 2. Shoulder up. Where is Rick Boogs? Don't know. There's a few people that are absent at the moment. I think we're just focusing on Money in the Bank and the build for that. Boogs doesn't feature, unfortunately. Crossroads 2.0. The real big guys in WWE have become like big guys basketball, almost non-existent, says Alan. Gable is obviously useless, says Scottish Nightmare. I would get rid of him. Pedigree by Cody. Cody with a pedigree to Damian Priest. Damian Priest rolls out the ring. Goes to the outside. So we've got Rhea, we got Damian, we got Dom Dom. Cody's going up top, though. I'm just going to do up there. Damian gets back into the ring. Charges over at Cody. Cody jumps over Damian. Big kick by Damian as Cody goes down. 2. Kick out by Cody. Kick out by Cody. We've talked about Money in the Bank has changed to a vehicle to get mid-card talent over as opposed to how it started. How do you think about lower men's success rate? How do you feel about lower men's success rate? What do you mean? What do you mean? Oh, Dominik grabs Cody. Is this going to mean that Damian... Oh, man, that's a monstrous chokeslam. That chokeslam is amazing. Shot... Oh, man, the height he got on that was insane. That is a fantastic chokeslam. I mean, that's the kind of chokeslam that flipping Undertaker would be proud of. That's the kind of chokeslam that Undertaker dreamed of delivering. I can only imagine Undertaker right now is stood in his house just applauding. Just applauding. You see how high he was? He couldn't have got him any higher. Dominik. Oh, Damian knocks into Dom. Cody cutter. Cody cutter. Crossroads connects. Crossroads connects. Boom. It's a win for Cody Rhodes. Cody Rhodes picks up the win. Smile on his face. Wins with a Crossroads. How long we got? Not long. So Damian Priest was knocked into Dominik. Just seeing that Crossroads. Damian, I think, had to help him out with that Crossroads. He was so far away that he was kind of coming in a little bit low. So, like, Damian Priest was having to, like, lean in a little bit. Damian Priest had to, like, jump into the Crossroads. I'll help you. Move it all away, move it all away. Dominik nails Cody from behind. Should have known he was going to do that, you idiot. Dominik nails Cody. Cody goes down. You get Dominik merch. Need to get some Dominik merch. Dominik's my spirit animal. Just be completely out your depth, but just don't let on that you're out your depth. And just occasionally try to do some good things. So there, he's just tried to nail Cody from behind so that he can gloat about it. I mean, he is just my spirit animal. That's how I do YouTube. Just be out your depth, hope no one notices, and occasionally hope you do some good things. Classic. Classic wrestling days. Dom is coming. He will beat Cody man to man. Did you notice when Cody went for his cover, his cast was falling off, said J-Bone. Was it? The cast was coming off. Oh, it's just a mess. He's a broken man. He's a broken man. Right, get in your scores. Get in your scores. What did you think about the show? Did you love it? Did you hate it? Did you rate it? Scores, question mark. 8 to 10. It was a go-home show. Felt like a go-home show. 62675 5 below. Show was mid. Mentioned the graphic that showed the men's cash-in 78%. Kind of low if you want to get a young or mid-card talent over, isn't it? Sandow was the first failed cash-in, wasn't he? Oh, well, that's everyone. I mean, there's been a few that have failed. Didn't Cena fail as well? So I don't think that that's just exclusively like mid-card people that have failed. So I don't know. I can't say that it's like 78% and that corresponds to like mid-card that have failed. I think for me, Money in the Bank is best actually when it's a lot of mid-carders that are in it, because I see Money in the Bank as a vehicle to get mid-carders to the main event. I don't see it as a vehicle to get main eventers to the main event, because main eventers are already in the main event. So for me, there's very little point in having Cody win Money in the Bank when I've no doubt whatsoever he'll get a title shot at some point down the road. There's not really any point in having Becky win Money in the Bank when Becky's just been in so many main events and she'll be in more main events. So why does she need Money in the Bank? I understand the argument, well, she can cash it in whenever she wants. It's going to be to her advantage. But I just think that it's a lot more exciting if you put it on a mid-carder that's there or thereabouts. I'm not saying someone that's got no hope whatsoever. I'm not saying let's put it on Aaliyah or let's put it on Akira Tozawa. But someone that's in the mid-card that is bubbling away and is ready, that could make that next step. You know, that if they made that next step, they would be, I suppose, in a way, like MJF. So MJF was always ready to become champion. He's, done the work. He's been in the AEW roster for a while. He's, getting some of the biggest reactions. He wasn't being used in the main events. Him winning Money in the Bank, cashing it in, just fits his personality. So, like, MJF is someone that, would get there anyway, but hadn't been there yet, and you could use Money in the Bank to help him get there. I know it's a different company, but I'm just using that as an example. I mean, to be honest, Austin Theory isn't the worst shout, but he got it way too soon. Kind of, it didn't feel like we'd done a great deal with him. I think we started to invest in Austin Theory at the end of 2021 with the Golden Egg at Survivor Series. And then he ends up winning Money in the Bank, 6-7 months later? I mean, that is not much time. So I sort of feel like from the moment the Golden Egg thing happened at Survivor Series 2021 to this year's Money in the Bank, if Austin Theory was in the mix now and we were looking to put the Money in the Bank briefcase on him now for the first time, I would say, okay, that, we've done a good chunk of work there. There's a good year and a half of really, putting him in feuds, building him up, doing what we need to do. I do think his booking has not been brilliant in that year and a half, though, to be honest. But had we have got a plan and actually thought, right, let's start working at the end of 2021. We want to put the 2023 Money in the Bank on him. What stories are we going to tell? How are we going to do it? Blah, 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 blah. You map it all out. I have no problem with that. I really like that. As I said, I think main eventers are in main events anyway. Think about Sami. When is Sami going to get to a main event again? Will he? Because he wasn't getting to them before Bloodline. And then he got to that one in Montreal, and obviously his main evented WrestleMania. I just see that as a nice reward for that story. Well, we're past that now, and now he's a tag champ. And so when is he going to get a shot at a world title? When is he going to be back in main events? I hope he is. I hope he will be. But there's not really any guarantees that he will be. And so if he was in Money in the Bank, I wouldn't mind him winning it either. So I sort of feel like, do I want Brock and Bobby Lashley and Kevin Owens and Drew McIntyre? Do I want like those kind of names that have been around the main event picture? Do I want those names, or do I want Santos Escobar and Damian Priest and LA Knight and Butch and, you know, the mid card? I'd much rather the mid card. A mid carder, because you don't have to cash in straight away. So, you know, basically whoever gets the briefcase, you've got 12 months to build them up. And they should be like a solid mid carder anyway to just get in the match. So, you know, if they're a solid mid carder anyway and they're in the match, you've got 12 months to build them up, and you can always have them cash in at like WrestleMania or some point next year. So I'm all for it. I'm all for mid carders getting in and us using that as a vehicle to get them to the title. I rank Jack Swagger amongst the worst, says A.B. Jobson. Carmelo retains his title tomorrow on NXT. Yes. Keep your votes coming in, and we'll send this baby home very soon. I need to go off and do my little short that I love to do. Days, do you know why Hulu doesn't have a lot of seasons and turns episodes like how they have for Raw? No, I don't have Hulu, bud, so I can't really comment. I give this 8.3. If Logan wins Money in the Bank, he could use it for popularity to grow WWE and post about it on social media and have it on his podcast, but be unsuccessful, says J-Bone. What do you think about The Miz attacking Ciampa? Yeah, cool. I think they should feud. I think that they were together for a little while, and Miz shouldn't be satisfied with Ciampa coming back and just attacking him, because Miz was doing a lot for Ciampa when Ciampa was by his side. Ciampa obviously feels upset that Miz never spoke to him, so it feels like there is a reason for them to feud. Feels like there's a reason as to why they would not, you know, they wouldn't just have a match and move on to something else. You might as well try and milk it for what it's worth. So, yeah, they were going to have a rematch. Because in all fairness, Miz can easily say, I wasn't ready, I didn't know that Ciampa was coming back, you know, which is exactly what Seth said about Cody at WrestleMania 38. I didn't know who I was facing, so he had an unfair advantage over me. So Miz can say that, and, you know, then we get the rematch. We were meant to get the rematch this week, but he ended up attacking him. I'm down for that story. It doesn't need to be long, just a little thing that can play out over a little bit, but unless we're gonna really roll it out to SummerSlam, I mean, maybe we get Miz against Ciampa at SummerSlam, but I wouldn't think so. Unless they're gonna make it a really big deal, but I wouldn't think so. Unless the Way get involved and Johnny gets involved. What if it's like DIY? What if we get Johnny and Tommaso against Miz and someone? Yeah, I mean, DIY, if they are going to get back together, they're going to need to feud with someone, and The Miz and a mystery partner would be perfectly acceptable. Perfectly acceptable. So, yeah, I like it. What do you think about the card on Saturday? I think it's good. I mean, 2 Money in the Bank ladder matches with some very interesting names in the mix. You know, for example, if Brock was in the men's and Brock was to win it, I don't think I'd be alone in saying that would be disappointing, because it's Brock, and Brock's just won so much. Whereas, you know, whoever wins the men's is going to be interesting. I mean, I hope it's not Logan, but it would still be a big story if it was Logan. And sort of same with the women's. I mean, you do have Bayley and Becky in there. If Trish was to win it, it'd be interesting. She's never won it. But yeah, well, you know, the ladder match is cool. The Bloodline Civil War, amazing. Cody Dominik, not massively bothered by, but you know, they've put a bit of work into that this week to try and make it something that's a bit more got a bit more to it, you know. But not massively into it. It's really Cody and Brock that's the bigger story, if you will. This is just to fill a gap. And then you've got, what else is there? Riddle against Gunther. I'm sure it'll be a good match, but Gunther's clearly retaining there. And I can't think what else there is. There's 6 matches. I feel like there's maybe one that I'm forgetting. Have a look. I know there's a lot of matches happening on Smackdown. Money in the Bank. Oh, is it the women's tag match? Ronda and Shayna. Yeah, I'm not really fussed by that. So, ladder match cool. Cody, Dom, Seth against Finn. That'll be cool. I hope he gets some time, actually. And hopefully it's going to be a better match than Seth AJ, which I thought was okay, but just didn't really live up to expectation. But I like this version of Finn. As Seth keeps saying, it feels like the 2016 version of Finn. Love it. So hopefully that gets time. It should be really good. Bloodline Civil War. Beautiful. Gunther against Riddle. Yeah, fine. Should be a great match. Gunther will win it. I don't think there's much mystery about who's going to get the victory, but, be fine. And then we've got Ronda and Shayna against Liv and Raquel. Sort of feels like that could live on SmackDown, to be honest. But it's not. So there we go. Maybe it'll be a bit of a breather match, I mean, you do need, you're going to have the excitement of the ladder matches. Obviously, Bloodline, I'm guessing, main events and closes out the show. You've got Seth against Finn for the championship, which I'm guessing is going to get a lot of time. The Gunther's match is going to be hard hitting. You probably do need a match in there that's just a bit of a bathroom break breather type situation. So, if you're not massively into it, you can go to the bathroom. Obviously, we won't do that, but it's a match that I think we can maybe collect our thoughts during as we get ready for the main event. Maybe they put that in the co-main event spot so that we can have that breather before the Bloodline Civil War. Don't know. Have to see. So yeah, I think the card looks pretty good, to be honest. I think there's enough there for everyone. Sandow was the first Money in the Bank to lose in 2013. Cena won his via DQ. Strowman, Corbin, Theory with the other 3 to cash in. Mid-carders lost. Strowman, Corbin, Theory were the other 3 to lose their cash-in matches. Strowman a mid-carder? Cena? Don't know. That seems like a mixed bag to me. I think that if you go with mid-carders in Money in the Bank, it's the right way forwards. Whether that's going to affect the cash-in ratio, the percentage of them cashing in, I have no idea. I mean, there's a few names there that jump out to me as not being mid-carders. So I would argue it's a mixed bag. Grant says, I plan on watching the pay-per-view in the bathroom. Let's go. Acknowledge Me said Kurt Angle confirmed that Randy will return at Money in the Bank or SummerSlam to help Riddle win against Gunther. Daniela said, Days, what did you think of Carmelo's Raw ring debut? I thought he looked good. I feel as the match went on more, I felt Finn was getting more dominant. I think Carmelo had some really nice moments during the match. And I think that they're not really anything we haven't seen in NXT, but obviously there's a lot of people that don't watch NXT and a lot of kids and whatever that tune into Raw, tune into SmackDown. We know that Raw gets 1.8 million. We know that SmackDown gets 2.2. We know that NXT gets about 600,000. So he is someone that is very tidy in rings, got some really... I like his fade away where he comes off the ropes, delivers that leg drop. There was a few little spots in there. I thought he looked good. He's very competent, very tidy. Someone that you can feel comfortable about if you put him in a match. You know, he's not going to stink the place out. It's going to look good. It's going to have some nice moments. He can talk as well. He's someone that's got an interesting future because he's not the biggest of guys. And we know that can sometimes be a barrier. Because WWE, man, there's some big guys on that roster. And, you know, when you've got Brock and Roman and Drew and all these big guys around you, it's tricky. It's tricky. But there is something about him. There's something about him that you do find yourself kind of being drawn towards. And I like him. I think he will dominate the mid card. Easy. I can see him competing for a world title. Will he win a world title? Well, I mean, in WWE, if you're around long enough, eventually everyone tends to have a bit of a go, you know? Although, saying that, we're still waiting for Sami. And there's a few that we're still waiting for. I sort of feel like he might go a similar path to Sami. Where he's kind of a solid hand, can put him in feuds, can put him in some, like, you know, intercontinental belt on him, whatever. I don't know if I can see him being a multiple-time world champion, main event in WrestleMania, stuff like that. I'm not sure I can see that quite for him. But you really never know. I mean, if they get the right story and they get the right creative and the crowd take to him, you know, he could go on to be a Daniel Bryan. I mean, Daniel Bryan was someone that was in main events and managed to obviously win the world title a couple of times, win the world heavyweight championship as well. So it's hard. If I was a betting man, I would say that he will go a similar route to Sami, and he will be in the mix, but I don't know that he's going to become like multiple-time world champion. But listen, who knows? And as a debut, I thought it was fine. The point was made, though, like, why do they always have NXT people lose? And I think that's a fair point. You know, you sort of think, like, was that the right move? Could you not have put him in there against, like, a Dolph Ziggler or Akira Tozawa and given him a win, built him up, kind of, you know, put NXT over a little bit? I don't know. Have to see kind of where it plays out to and if it has a good effect on the ratings tomorrow. Because that's clearly one of the reasons why they've put him on the show, because they want to promote Gold Rush tomorrow and he's defending his title against Baron Corbin. So they want to, you know, just put him in front of a few eyes and kind of promote that show. So it'll be interesting to see if that's moved the dial at all and see what the rating will be for tomorrow. But we will be doing tomorrow and it should be a lot of fun. I'm looking forward to it. Right. Where was Cody's dog when he needed him against Brock? Good question, John. Good question. Right, let's have a look at the scores. So 7, 7, 7, 5, 33%, 8 to 10, 27%, 6 to 6, 7, 5, 26%, 5, 7, 5 or below, 13%. So there we go. Bit of a mixed bag. Quite a lot of, quite close look, 26, 27, 33. Very much felt like a go home. It's one of those that we just kind of put to the back of our minds, to be honest. It was what it was. I think Smackdown looks really, really good. I think it looks really good. So that should deliver. Hopefully, as we said, NXT is going to be a fun show tomorrow as well. And obviously, I mean, there's Money in the Bank at the end of the week. So it's a busy week this week. There's plenty going on and plenty to be excited about. Awesome, guys. Thanks a lot for watching. Appreciate the support as always. I will see you again next time. Bye for now.